You, the amazing, with your determination to move forward when everyone else stops, with your ambition that knows no limits. You, the artist, with your feelings, your colors, your words. You change the norms through new ways. You, the impossible, by how you accomplish more when others say you can't, by how you see what others don't. When they say no, you prove that yes is the answer. You, the Omani, with your customs, traditions, pride, and presence. With a focused eye onto the future, you always stay rooted to your past. With unwavering hope, we see you. With support, we encourage you. With persistence, we pave the way for you as we continue winning the future together. Youth Account, an account that needs your ambition.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to round 2 of the 2022 Oman International Drift Championship. My name is Ian Waddington, and tonight I'm going to be guiding you through our top 32 battles.
أهلا وسهلا بجميع الحضور المتواجد في حلبة مسقط أرينا بالجمعية العمانية للسيارات. معكم حبيب الزواوي، راح نكون معكم في التعليق على مجريات البطولة ابتداء من الدور 32 مباشرة على قنوات اليوتيوب والفيسبوك.
So right now we're on track and we're going to take a few look at some points that our judges point out to us earlier on. First off, it's the initiation. Our lead drivers need to snap to angle fast, not over that dotted white line. Get on angle, full throttle, all the way to that first wall.
في البداية راح ناخذ معكم نبذة عن الحلبة وكيف تم تصميمها بواسطة الحكام، وطبعا أهم ما فيها طبعا هي السرعة والتحكم في الزوايا الضيقة، لأن هذه الحلبة طويلة جدا وبالتالي راح تستهلك الكثير من الإطارات مع كمية الدخان اللي تتصاعد منها.
Secondly, it's the transition in the center of the circuit. It's a tricky one. It's been catching a lot of our drivers out in practice and qualifying, but our judges are looking for a smooth, fast transition. Set that car up perfectly for that second wall run and nail it all the way round to outside clip 3.
طبعا اكيد كل شيء يتحكم في السياره، السرعه، تغيير الاتجاهات، يعطي طبعا الافضليه للسائق اللي راح يكون في المقدمه، وبالتالي حتى يعطي ايضا فرصه للمطارد انه طبعا يكون قريب. كل ما كان المتسابق اقرب من الجدار كان بالنسبه له طبعا افضليه اكثر في عدد النقاط.
And lastly, well, it's the last outer zone. By now, these guys are carrying a lot of speed. They need to set the car up perfectly for this last outside zone, up to the wall. Fingers crossed it was a perfect lead line and the chase car is on your door for an absolutely perfect battle.
إذا نتمنى طبعا التوفيق للمتسابقين، لأن الحلبة بالفعل تم تصميمها بشكل طويل جدا، يعني راح تستهلك الكثير من الإطارات، وبالتالي آخر كليبينج بوينت اللي راح يكون هنا يعني إن شاء الله ما يكون يعني الحاق بالجدار، وبالتالي نتمنى التوفيق للمتسابقين بإذن الله تعالى.
So there we go, that's the track, and as you can hear in the background, our top 32 battlists getting ready for action. I'm ready to head to the commentary booth, ladies and gentlemen. Get a hot drink, take a seat for you guys in the grandstands. Thank you for attending. We're ready to go. It's top 32 battles at round 2 of the 22 championship.
إذا مع كل الدعوات بالتوفيق لجميع المتسابقين ال 32 اللي تأهلوا إلى التوب 32، وبالتوفيق أيضا جميع المتواجدين في الحلبة. إن شاء الله تستمتعوا بكل تفاصيل الحلبة. على الساعة 4 و10 دقائق إن شاء الله راح نبدأ أول بطل في التوب 32.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm in the commentary booth and we are ready to kick off Top 32 action here at the 2022 Round 2 Oman International Drift Championship. So in the background, I can hear cars getting prepared. First battle up of the day will be Hassan Al-Hadidi to take on Saud Al-Adiyah. With the appropriate paperwork handed to me, we are now ready to go. And as you can see in the background on your screen, Hassan, your first place qualifier, the young gun, the local, the Omani national, warming up the tyres on the back of that Red Bull S15. He pulls to the start line in that lead position. Cars this weekend in the lead position starting on the right hand side of the track. I'm taking a look through our top 32 bracket, see if I can point out a few good battles to keep your eye out for. And right now, pretty much looks like most battles are going to be hot and heavy. So here we go, your first place qualifier to take on your 32nd place qualifier. It will be Saud Al-Adiyah to take on Hassan Al-Hadidi. The sun's still shining, the track temperature ambient, ready to rock and roll. Drivers saying they feel comfortable, but as that sun starts to set, things might change ever so slightly. So both guys looking for that traffic light. It's double-sided for you guys at home watching. You can see red, amber and green. The chase car can start to leave the line on the amber light. So as soon as they see that amber light, they are allowed to creep forward. But just remember, they do have to drop behind that lead car on initiation and not to impede the lead car on that initiation. So judges are just getting prepped and ready to rock and roll. As soon as we get the all clear, our start line marshal down there on track, we'll press that button and get things underway with the first battle. Slow slight delay in the action, and not from the track staff or any of our drivers by the looks of things. Looks like our judges are just resetting their scoring system and getting ready to rock and roll. And here we go, thumbs up to both the drivers. They look across and nod at each other through the windows. Light goes green, Hadidi slams off the clutch, full throttle, not scared at all as Hadidi puts pedal to metal, flicks the car across. Nice snappy initiation, just as we talked about a couple of moments ago. Look at that, deep into the outside zone, but you can see Adiyah on the inside of the circuit, losing points, bleeding points away from Hadidi right now as the sun beats down across the track. Nice transition across the tarmac goes Hadidi into the outside zone. A big mistake and a straightened wheels on the inside of the circuit there for Adiyah. Adiyah struggling massively as Hadidi absolutely nails that qualifying line, gets it done, stands on the accelerator, transitions the car, sets it up, and big clutch kick as Hadidi heads to the wall, back end of the S15, perfectly scraping. It's almost contact as Adiyah makes a dive. So, quick look back at the replay and you can see where it all fell apart from Adiyah. Initiated on the inside edge of the circuit. You see that dotted white line? That is for our lead cars to initiate on. So, our lead cars can't initiate on the right-hand side of the circuit. They have to be in that they have to be on that right-hand side. They can't be on the left-hand side of the circuit. They have to initiate within those two white lines. Hadidi got it absolutely dialed. They are allowed to put a wheel on the line, but not over it. And for Adiyah, that's where it all fell apart. Car just didn't want to react, didn't have the grip and didn't have the pace. You can see her now struggling to get back into that zone. Makes a one last little ditch attempt to get onto the side of Hadidi, just cannot get there, so they switch positions. Adiyah pulls into the lead position. Hadidi turns the car around, has a quick word with the spotter, and back on the line he goes. Now, will Hadidi take the little jump off the start line, or does he feel he has the pace and grip enough to get up onto the door of that 370Z? So we go, we'll get the green light and we're off. Chevrolet V8 underneath the bonnet of this 370Z. Nice initiation from Adiyah. This time he goes way wide, whoa, wide. Oh, both cars, four wheels off circuit. So I'm going to reiterate and go back to what the judges were talking about in the twin battle briefing just a few hours ago, and it was that if the lead car leads the chase car off the circuit by being on the incorrect line, the lead car will be at fault, and we did see that in the instance. Now, we did see an almost over-rotation there from Hadidi. I think a little bit of panic set in there for him in that chase position, but it will be the biggest fault scored first, which will be Atiyah taking that car off track. Hadidi firing that Red Bull S15 up onto the door right on that wall before they cross the lines. Here we go. You can see here, nice initiation, carries quite a lot of speed. Off throttle though for Atiyah, and that car just washes straight off the track. Hadidi makes contact with him. They both get back into it, but by then the job is already done, and I'm pretty certain that we could see Hayton taking it through into top 16 later on today. So there we go, you can see the car's almost making contact across the line. And as you can hear in the background, my fellow commentator to the crowd announcing Hadidi getting the win. So Hayton gets the win and advances through into top 16. Keeps the dream alive, keeps that promise of getting on the podium this evening alive. We move it back to the start line. It will be Nicholas Solomon representing the USA in that lead position to take on Mohammed Zayman, aka Bullseye. So Nicholas Solomon representing the USA, as I just said. Mohammed Hadman, Zayman Hadman, Bullseye from Malaysia in that chase position. New car, had this car for a while. New car to the UAE though, and to the Middle East. Bullseye said he's driven this car for many years, but oh, look at this, Solomon gets it wrong, fires the car off the circuit. This is a 10-0 advantage already for Bullseye now. Solomon tries to reclaim anything left in this run. Transitions through the centre of the circuit. Bullseye holding on, keeping himself in it. Be thanking his lucky stars they get both up on to that second wall ride. Solomon now finds the grip in the rear wheels of that BMW E92 V8 turbo underneath the bonnet as Bullseye flirts with danger, pushing that S15 right up onto the side of Solomon. Does it again, gets a little cheeky dive in as they go up to the wall and across the line. Wow, what a turn of events. Nicholas Solomon looking like the stronger contender, just gets it all wrong. This initiation super slippery. You can see dropped a wheel over the edge of the circuit, just like Martin Richards did yesterday in qualifying. Super loose out there. Those white lines freshly painted for top 32. They will be slippery as anything. Got a wheel on it, got out of the circuit, dropped 4 wheels off the track. Big, huge points deduction. Leaning his way for Nicholas Solomon. Bullseye, though, doing a sterling job at the back, just keeping his distance ever so slightly, starts to make the gain, make dive. Look at this, gets right tucked up on the inside, perfectly done from Bullseye. Allows Solomon to transition, does it once again, gets himself positioned up nicely on the rear quarter and across the line. Tidy job there from Bullseye. Can he put down a stellar lead line though? So Solomon will be kicking himself in the car, and we expect to see him back to the start line, unless he has called a 5-minute rule, which he still has to return to the start line before he can call a 5-minute rule. So both drivers expected back at the start line before they call that rule. And then we will see one of those cars disappear if needed. But as of now, it looks like both guys not needing any attention. Solomon just knows he made that mistake, gets himself back on the start line, hoping to redeem a little bit in his chase run, hoping that Bullseye makes a mistake. Bullseye, though, looking rock steady. Can he get it dialed together? Initiates just a wheel over that centre line. No mistakes this time. Solomon starting to wash deep into the outside zone once again. Bullseye, you can see the front end of that car just not gripping up as much as he wanted. A little bit of a understeer coming into the beginning of that run. Gets himself back in it. Nice transition back. Solomon starts to make the kill, but just can't find himself onto the side of that S15. The Malaysian driver looking like the strongest contender right now. They're heading into it. Solomon wheels off track again, takes out the cones as Bullseye pulls away, fires into the outside zone, and Bullseye will be absolutely stellar as he takes the back end off the car. Wow. Wow, Bullseye absolutely flying this weekend. Look at this run from Bullseye. You can see Nicholas Solomon in the background there wavering, does get on a nicer line to the wall, but Bullseye by this point already pulled a little bit of a lead. A nice fast flowing line through the centre of the circuit on throttle. As he comes down onto the wall, you get decel zone as they come up to that wall, so he's allowed to use a foot brake or come off throttle, use the handbrake, and he did slow that car down. Solomon though wide again, dropping wheels, very scrappy for Nicholas Solomon. Just looks like he hasn't got it dialed this evening. And there we go, the winner. From what we can see, the reaction in the car will be Bullseye. Back to the start line we go. Benediktas Gerber now to take on Ibrahim Al-Aziri. 1JZ S13 to take on 3UZ Turbo E36 BMW. A borrowed car for Gerber. Said that he didn't want to ship out his E92 Eurofighter. Said he wanted to keep that back at home for European duties, so he borrowed a car off a close friend, shipped it to the Middle East, and took second step on the podium at round one. Can he do it again? Can he get even higher up this weekend? Benediktas Gerber, big target on his back, and look at this, Al-Aziri looking very, very happy sitting in that car. He said, you know what, I don't care what happens, the outcome of this battle, I'm having fun. So anti-lag popping and banging. Through the start line they come. Gerber through the gears. Nice little flick across the track. Aziri goes for initiation, but he's made the same mistake as Al-Hadidi did in his run. Initiated too early, finds himself on the inside of the circuit. Benediktas Gerber right up onto the wall. Looks for the transition, perfectly timed from Gerber. Look at that, keeps that rear wheel inside that circuit. Aziri just can't find that proximity, a little bit worried, shallowing up the angle, looking scrappy, finds himself back on the inside of the circuit. Once again, judges said if you are on the inside edge of that circuit, in the briefing, you are cutting the course, you will bleed in points. And Benediktas Gerber right now looks like this could be almost a 9.1 run to him. So there we go. A replay coming up. Perfect initiation from Benediktas Gerber, absolutely perfectly timed. Little dab on the handbrake slowed the back end of that car down, and you can see Aziri get himself messy out the front there. Tries to make a dive onto the door, but just can't hold on to it. Just doesn't have the skill set in the bag of tools to allow him to get there. And you can see there, nervous onto the wall, tries to shortcut the circuit to gain proximity on the side of Benediktas Gerber's E36 BMW. And Benediktas Gerber by this point pulled a healthy lead, gets himself up onto the wall and across the line safely. Job done for Benediktas Gerber. So there we go, Gerber pulls into the chase position, we swip him around. And Al-Aziri opens the door, a little bit of fresh air in. The sun, as I say, beaten down here in Oman, a healthy 27 degrees at the moment on circuit. So these guys feeling the pressure in the car. Anti-lag banging once again for Al-Aziri as they come off the start line. Gerber keeps him in his sights but doesn't want to get too close, doesn't know what he's going to do, and throws it off track is exactly what he's going to do, but he's going to re-enter in front of Gerber. Gerber very carefully lifts off the throttle there, allows that car to slow down, allows Al-Aziri back onto the circuit, and then gives him a nice chase. Now, a lot of you guys would be saying, well, why doesn't he give him more of room to chase? But judges said that you must be within 2 clipping points of each other, and Aziri there onto the wall, got a little nervous, shut it down, and almost made contact with Benediktas Gerber. So, at the moment, top 32, self-explanatory for most of these guys. As we look back at a replay, take a look at what happened to Al-Aziri's car. You can see here again, initiated carrying lots of speed. That car caught a whole bunch of understeer. The track freshly swept before top 32 and repainted. So perfect conditions, clean as they have been all weekend and for all the rest of the rounds. Unfortunately for Al-Aziri, he just couldn't hold it together, and this is where it kind of went wrong. Yeah, he was getting himself into the wall. He shallowed up the angle. He still did make contact with the wall, but Benediktas Gerber, they're doing a sterling job to avoid any contact. So there we go. Benedictus Gerber getting the win and advancing through into the top 16. And we go back to the start line for the next round of competition. It will be Sergei Kramitz to take on Mohammed Hassan. Cars slam into gear, amber light flashes, and you can see Hassan starts put away. Oh, Mansouri looking nice though, not scared. Sergei Kramitz dropping a wheel over the outside edge of the circuit, holds on to it though. Sergei Kramitz been keeping himself in the mix this weekend, but look at this from Mansouri. Mansouri not messing around, into the mix again on the transition, waits, but he's got himself in an awkward position on the circuit. He's going to be out of that outside zone. He needs to work the back end of that car in, but Sergei Kramitz not as deep into the outside zone for the full longevity he would like to see. Dabs the handbrake, sets himself up now. Sergei Kramitz tries to get away as Mansouri throws it away on the wall and just makes a hash of the back end of the run. Yeah, so look at this. Kramitz just drops one wheel over the edge of the circuit. Stays in it. Perfect wall run, dials more angle on as he gets to the end of the wall, fires on the angle, but through the smoke, Mansouri comes out of nowhere. Kind of gets himself caught up a little bit there on the transition. That's where it kind of goes wrong for him. You can see out of that outside zone, he's shallowing up the angle. You can see the front of that car wavering, trying to gain that proximity. He starts to dial it back in again. And then this transition here, Kramitz, look, full throttle, barely a lift on the transition, gets himself deep onto the zone. Mansouri, though, in the middle of the track, shallow angle, stands on the throttle, fires the back end towards Kramitz's car, but not enough. So Mohammed Hassan on the line, ready to go. Sergei Kramitz from Ukraine. Not yet made it back. And there we go, Kramitz in the background. Is he going to go for a longer run-up now? This is a tactic a lot of these guys were using in practice, I do believe. They were giving themselves a little bit more run in that chase position to get more of a straight line, pick up the speed. No, Kramitz does pull to the line, maybe talking to his spotter on the radio as Mansouri slots that car into gear. And we await the thumbs up from our start line marshal. Here we go. He gives the thumbs up to both drivers. Sergei Kramitz right now looking to get some Ukrainian on the podium this weekend. Oh, and a strange initiation. Mansouri fires three wheels off circuit. Sergei Kramitz not in the mix whatsoever. Thrown this one away, making a real hash of this run so far. And Sergei Kramitz is all over the place, not even on that qualifying line. Starts to find the proximity now. As Mansouri gets himself into that wall outside zone, Kramitz gets himself back into it, calms the nerves, stands on the accelerator, fires the back end, but once again, both guys dropping wheels on the outside edge of the track. Make the dive up onto that final outside zone, slow the car down as Mansouri gets into it and Kramitz is on the door. Look at this initiation from Sergei Kramitz, very peculiar. Look, car bit up, shot across the track, and he fired himself right into the outside zone, but completely evaded that first clipping point. And don't get me wrong, I do know that Mohammed's lead from initiation wasn't that nice, not as deep or in the outside zone as you'd like to see, but Sergei Kramitz, uncharacteristic mistake there from the Ukrainian driver, redeems himself on the back end of this run though. Watch this dive, sees the opportunity, the open door, gets in there, waits for Mansouri to set himself up, parks his car right onto the door. Tidy job there for Sergei Kramitz. Mercedes-Benz 3.2 litre turbo engine in the bonnet underneath the bonnet, of that IS200. There we go. Kramitz gets the win and advances through to the top 16. So Sergei Kramitz makes his way off track. Two new contenders step into the arena. Tarek Al-Shahani and Irib Ghassan now make their way to the start line. This S14 of Ghassan is absolutely incredible. What a build. LT4 motor underneath the bonnet with a Whipple supercharger bolted on top. 700 horsepower being produced. And a Gen V throttle-bodied LSX underneath the bonnet of Tarek Al-Shahani's S13 carbon fibre doors, just asking to be destroyed. Can Fallah get there? Fallah, those smoking tyres from the get-go. Bonnet flapping in the wind as they carry speed down into the initiation. Fallah way off the outside zone. Tariq Al-Shahani was looking like he was going to take third place in qualifying last night until robbed by Bagsy. And Shahani have really nice lead line. Oh, saying that avoids that clipping point in the centre of the circuit. As Fallah cannot find that proximity, just hasn't got the grip to keep up with Shahani. Shahani hammers down through the middle of the circuit. All the power in the world, but no tyre grip. Oh, as Fallah fires it off, takes those cones out, and scrubs the back bumper on the wall. Tariq Al-Shahani hot out the gates. Look at this though from Fallah. Smokes the tyres in the middle of the circuit. By the time he initiates, he's already slowed the car down too much for that yellow line across the circuit that denotes the start of the scoring zone. So Fallah had already started to make mistakes before that point. It was the big wheel spin, the big clutch kick in the middle of the circuit. Shahani though, sorry, Tariq Al-Shahani, making a little error though there. You can see dropping that outside zone in the middle of the circuit. Gets himself back into it though, but in the background you can see Fallah just really starting to fall apart, starting to make some choice decisions in his run. But there we go again, Tariq Al-Shahani not looking too good. So Shahani pulls up to the line. We swap him around. It will be Abu Fallah. So Abu Fallah makes his way back. As I said, incredible built car, incredible amounts of horsepower, but just doesn't look like he's dialed the grip in. But been a serious problem this weekend. A lot of guys struggling with changing track conditions. Said that as soon as the sun starts to disappear over the mountains and the wind, as you can see, blows in, chills the track, the grip starts to fall off, but then regains itself in battle. Here we go, Fallah to lead. Shahani to give chase on a very, very late initiation there from Fallah. As you can see, gets himself into it, but that's completely messed up. Shahani's line. Shahani makes a dive onto the side. It's just looking scrappy for Shahani. All straightens in the middle of the circuit. Fallah doing everything he can out front, trying to put in that good qualifying run. From Fallah up to the wall they go. Shahani trying to get himself into it, clawing back, hanging on by his fingernails into this battle right now is Shahani. Parks that orange S13 on the inside, waits for the transition, now goes for a shallow dive across the circuit, wheels off again from Fallah, and an over rotation, and Fallah throws the battle away. So we go taking a look back at the live stream. And you can see Tariq Al-Shahani in the background. Look at this, massive mistake. Finds himself in the middle of the circuit, goes for a weird dive across the track, straightens again, big clutch kick, finds himself in the center of the circuit again. But Tariq Al-Shahani does get the win though. Tariq does get the win, the cleaner of the two. So Shahani moving through into top 16 competition. So up next it will be Mohammed Chihab to take on Ahmed Al-Amri. Amri's a 350Z, probably the loudest, most aggressive car on the grid, but Chihab absolutely flying. As I say that, commentator's curse, throws two wheels off the back end of the circuit, gets himself back into it, now wanders dangerously close to the front edge of that line. Amri in the back there, holding on. Can he get it done? He can't. Transitions way too late. Finds himself in the centre of the circuit. Chihab out front, not doing a bad job in that Pro Drift Academy. Corvette C6, more and more of these appearing on the drift scene now. Matt Field and Dave Egan taking hold of that. And look at this as he fires into the outside zone. Chihab fires the car to the wall. Wow, big angle across the line from Chihab. There we go, take a look back, look at this. Weird mistake on that first outside zone. A lot of drivers complaining that top end of the track not being as grippy or consistent as they'd like it. Chihab, though, doing a nice job so far, gets himself into it. Wasn't happy with his qualifying, said that he felt like his qualifying runs were a lot more impressive than his scoring reflected. Well, right now, he gets the job done. Look at the angle he dials on here. Big angle to the wall. Incredible driving. And this young man is going to go a long way. So there we go. Amri's opportunity to lead. And Chihab to give chase. You can see Chihab looking across, wondering where the lead car is at. Al-Amri's car is possibly the loudest car on the grid. 2JZ powered 350Z with an incredible amount of anti-lag. So there we go, and just see him appearing in the background, pulls up to that lead position. And a lot of these guys have pit crew down at the entrance to the track there to just spray some water on the intercoolers and radiators just to drop the intake temps a little bit and the water temps, because it is incredibly hot today. Light goes green. Chihab jumps as he can do, but now he's got to slow down, dives across the track, gets on the back bumper of that 350Z. Nice initiation from Amri, just flirting with dropping wheels way over the edge of that track. Oh, and Chihab's on the inside of the circuit making huge mistakes on the left foot brake, trying to dial it onto the door, goes for the flick across the circuit. Very close to contact there from Chihab as Chihab's on the rear bumper. Al-Amri gets himself back into it. This is not a bad lead line for Amri. He's opening the door for Chihab to be right up and close and personal. Look at the proximity as Chihab goes for the dive. Looks to get himself into it. Chihab finds himself in the middle of the circuit once again as Amri puts it to the wall. Nice job. Wow, out of nowhere. Ahmed Al-Amri absolutely hot out the gate. Did go wide on that first corner, granted, dropped some wheels. You can see him wavering in and out of depthness on that outside zone. Did get to the wall, but for me, Chihab's proximity from this point onwards was just incredible. Look at that, tucks that nose of that C6 Corvette down the inside, waits for the bumper on the transition, gets himself back into it again, starts to tuck him up. By this point, Ahmed Al-Amri settled the nerves and gets himself in a real nice position. Look at this cheeky manoeuvre from Chihab, though, as he tucks that C6 Corvette in places where you shouldn't be tucking C6 Corvettes. That's a tough one for the judges. Not sure what way this one could swing. A few mistakes from both guys. In my honest opinion, Chihab made the bigger error on the initiation on his lead run. Just throwing it out there, that's my opinion. I am only a mere commentator. I've seen plenty of drifting in the last 7 years. Here we go. Decision to drop in. Who is going to take it, or would it be a one more time? Mohammed Chihab from the UAE. Ahmed Al-Amri, the local guy. Oh, no decision yet. Just a little teaser there. Just a little teaser. So, no decision. Judges still deliberating this one. And we'll either get the graphic on the screen or we'll see our marshal down there point to the car that is going to get the win. Oh, and there we go. Mohammed Chihab does get the win, advances through. I'm going to say the proximity on his chase overwrote the wheel drops on his lead run and put him through. And a shame to see Ahmed Al-Amri go out, because that was one of the best runs I've seen from him for a long while. So up next on the line, it will be UK's very own Martin Richards to take on Eldin, Ayman Boufakar Eldin from the Lebanon. I spoke to him yesterday and he said, I'm having fun. I'm getting on with the car. It's a brand new build. This is a whole new world for me. Martin Richards, well, he's a seasoned pro. He knows what he's doing. He's travelled the world before. He wanted to come to Oman. We didn't get the opportunity before, but here he is in that lead position. 5th place qualifier. Martin Richards to fire in. Look at this. So, oh, backs it in. Almost takes Richards out of it. And an over rotation for Fakar. Just cannot get himself into the zone. And the fear of driving with the talent of Martin Richards just pushed him to the edge. Martin Richards now going to try and finish up the run and get some feel for the grip levels out on circuit. He would have got the feedback from a lot of those other drivers that have already been out and seen where they're sitting. And Fakar in the background there just going to finish up. He's running the chase position as Richards brings the back end of that Driftworks R32 across the line. So there we go. Look at this. Such close, almost contact. Look at this. Fires in. Love the commitment from Fakar. He goes for it. He looks for the door, but unfortunately just can't hold on to it. And Fakar fires it away off the circuit and over rotation, handing Martin Richards a 10-0 advantage. And Richards, textbook as always, sticks that Driftworks R32 on the edge of the circuit and drives away, taking home a healthy 10-0 advantage into the second half of the battle. So here we go, swapped around, Richards in the chase position, Fakar to lead out in that 2JZ Toyota GT86. And the 2JZ underneath the bonnet of that Driftworks R32 as well. Also, judges looking at a replay. I'm not sure what's going on here. Oh, wow, well. And I did spot it. I've just spotted it. Martin Richards wasn't on throttle after he initiated, and that is a full throttle zone. From the beginning of the scoring zone to after this transition here, that's the first decel zone. Will they deem Martin Richards at fault for not being on throttle at initiation? Here we go, optional camera angle. Oh, and there was a stall from Richards. There was a stall from Richards off throttle on that initiation. Wow. So there we go. That just goes to show you the lay of the land, how the track has evolved in the last few hours. Is it losing grip? Will it regain grip as we move through top 32 competition? For Martin Richards, though, he was off throttle for a split second. Yeah, so judges looking back at this again. Look, as we come back, the camera angle for Fahar's car just blocks it. But you could see the front wheels of Richards' car pick up as he bangs it back on power, and it's so obvious in this camera angle. Watch this. Comes down, handbrakes in, and you can see the front of that car pop up. Richards was off throttle. Well. Here we go, back on the start line. Richards to chase out Ayman Boufakour. So, this one undecided as of yet. One run left in it to get the job done. Will Eldin get a mistake in it? The start line not responding to the button as these guys sent away manually. Eldin to lead, Richards to give chase. Through the gears he comes. Richards nervous on the initiation. Wheels dropped for Eldin in that GT86. Gets himself into it. Richards on the inside edge of the circuit. That was a huge mistake waiting for the initiation. A huge mistake. He should have waited and got himself straight into it, but he didn't. Transitions back. Richards now panicking. Oh, but Eldin parks it into the wall. And you know what? If there was ever a time when Martin Richards needed a lifeline, it was right there, because that was all starting to fall apart for Martin Richards there. He's have to go back to the pits and have a sit down, a cold drink, and think about what just happened. Look at this, though. Richards, what was he thinking? He didn't transition across the track until very, very late. Look at this. Right at the white line, flicks the car in, but it's already too late. Car didn't react, fell off the outside zone. By this point, Eldin is in it. He is dropping a wheel right on the edge of the circuit. Will be bleeding points. But with the first half of the run yet undecided, Richards made a nervous, maybe a nervous mistake to not initiate where he should. And you can see that Eldin taking that car to the wall. Martin Richards absolutely, undoubtedly handed a lifeline. And Richards going across the line, gets it done. And I think Richards would have just wiped his brow, took the sweat off and said, well, that was a lucky one. There we go. Winner is in. Martin Richards from the UK gets the win and advances through to the top 16. Back to the start line we go. It will be Ali Maxid to take on Hamza Namek. So Maxide having a bit of a collision with the wall yesterday in practice. Took the team a little while to figure the car out, get it fixed, get it aligned, and get some confidence back in their driver. Namek, no. Looking rock steady. That BMW said he's having fun, and aptly called that car the virus, especially in these strange times. So, Maxide, representing Q8, thumbs up. As I say, took that car to the wall, had a big impact, had to get himself back in the zone, I like to say. Back in the zone, get that confidence back as a driver. Traffic light system working again. Namek, no. Not seeing too much from him. Pretty sturdy qualifying runs yesterday. So just waiting to clear up the carnage from Eamon's incident with the wall. And as soon as we get that car recovered off the circuit, we will continue on with our top 32 competition. I can see there the tyre wall being rebuilt and the car exiting the track. So there we go, looks like our track officials have finished the clean-up operation. And our start line marshal will soon get the all clear, the thumbs up, ready to go. And you can see, traffic light ready to go. Maxide to lead, Namek to chase him down in that E46 BMW. Thumbs up both sides, a head nod from Maxide. Wants to get the job done. Front end of that GT86 pops up with aggression as he slams off the clutch. Down he comes, Maxide. Nice initiation. Gets himself into it. Oh, just about holds on to it. Starts to lead Namek, no, off the track. And judges will take that into account now as Maxide throws up a smoke screen, dives across the circuit, dips the back wheels, that GT86 into the outside zone. Gets himself back on the throttle, on the wall, and into this outside zone. Real long outside zone, carries all the speed, shallows up the angle. Maxide looks for the transition back, pops the clutch once again as he sets himself up. He's deep onto the wall. Maxide absolutely fired it to the wall. Wow, Ali Maxide on an absolute hunt this weekend for a little bit of faith, turn of fate. And you can see Namek there in the middle of the circuit, not really doing a whole lot. Finds himself lost in that smoke. Shallows up the angle, goes for a dive, taps the foot brake. And Ali Maxide, though, absolutely flying. Look at that. That GT86 so small, almost fitted in the outside zone, front wheel to rear wheel. Nice transition back. Look how deep he goes. Oh, he drops a wheel just off the edge of the circuit and hangs onto it. Now he didn't hit the wall, I will not know. Here we go, back on the line. Namek now to lead out Ali Maxide. And Maxide, slower approach off the line this time, waits for Namek to get himself up and gone. Oh, and a big mistake from Namek. Fires four wheels off the circuit. He's going to try and regain. He dives across the track. Maxide, you can see off that line, he lifted off the throttle, allowed Namek to go back onto the circuit as Ali Maxide now starts to gain a little bit of proximity. Namek gets himself into the mix. Ali Maxide, though, makes contact with him. They keep going. Namek off the throttle. Ali Maxide just carrying proximity into that battle, into that outside zone. And Ali Maxide, you can see, dip of the clutch, comes off the throttle, lets the car settle. Namek fires it to the wall. Maxide right on the rear bumper. Look at this big mistake on that initiation. Just initiated way too late. Fired the rear wheels on the loose part of the circuit, got himself into it. And you can see Maxide, though, backs off the throttle, allows himself to get set up, transitions across the circuit. Nice job. This is where it all went wrong, though. Namek, though, as you can see, off throttle. Boom, contact. Maxide holds on to it. They both get drifting. And Ali Maxide gets the win, advances through to the top 16. So there we go, one half of the bracket complete. We move it across the other side of the sheet. And the first battle of the second half of the top 32 is going to be Ahmed Daham to take on what we've crowned him as the Prince of Pakistan. It is Atala bin Azar, the youngest superstar, the only international drifter from Pakistan, an incredibly nice young guy, and said to me the other day in an interview that he's set his aims high. He wants to come to Oman and dominate, and then he wants to go to Drift Masters and dominate too. But look at this, he's got to go through Daham and he can't hold on to it. He just can't hold on to it. Fired everything he did in that. Daham has set this car up with incredible amounts of grip. You can see the front wheels almost popping off the tarmac with every clutch kick. And Azar struggling in the background. You can see in the middle of the circuit, wandering in and out. And this car lent to Azar from Bullseye. This was the car that Bullseye drove in a few seasons of the OIDC. Look at this, though, big mistake. Look at Daham's car, up and gone, out of that starting line. Big flick across the track, nicely done, right to the edge of the circuit, gets himself into it, big speed, and you can see the front end of that IS200 just not holding on. And Daham fires that Red Bull S14 back bumper to the wall, perfect transition across the circuit. The Prince of Pakistan tries to get himself back into it again, just cannot find the pace. And Daham incredibly dominant in the lead run and the first half of this battle. Well, here we go. Back to the start line they go. You can see the front end of Daham's car taking a little bit of a battering practice earlier on with a tandem battle practice. Oh, and it does look like Azar's car has a problem. So Bin Azar's car does have an issue. He did pull to the area to notify the start line marshal. So we'll get word if Azar needs a 5-minute rule. If he does, he will get returned back to the paddock and he'll have 5 minutes to work on that car once it enters his pit area. And if so, we will remove Ahmed Daham from the start line and he will get parked back up in the paddock to wait for that repair to be carried out. Oh, no, it doesn't. It looks like he's ready to go. So did the right thing, come to the start line marshal, notified the start line marshal that there was an issue. Didn't need 5 minutes, just needed a couple of seconds to sort the car. Here we go. Light goes amber, light goes green. Daham to chase down Azar. Spotting the top 16 awaits. Can the Prince of Pakistan fulfill a dream, a lifelong dream? Nice initiation. Now Daham finds himself on the inside edge of the circuit. Wheels being dropped though from Azar as they come down. Daham finds the proximity. As unnerving as it is to be that close to someone who's not on that perfect line, Daham fires caution to the wind across the circuit. Goes Daham and almost makes contact with the back of the IS200. There is a problem. There is an issue with that car. And Ben Azar's chance of becoming more than just a guest appearance right now has slowly fallen away as Ahmed Daham puts the back end of the S14 onto the wall and across the line. So there we go. Problems with that car. And it looked to me like he was trying to get it into a gear in the back end of the circuit, and to pull back to the start line, the car wouldn't react, and maybe he got it sorted. But this is where it all went wrong on the transition. Was he going for a gear shift? Was he going for a downshift as he come across the circuit up onto the wall? Yeah, look at this. Just shuts down. Daham, incredibly evasive, gets himself out of trouble. And we wait for the official result, which is pretty clear cut for me and you at home. And there we go, a winner, Ahmed Daham, gets it done. Moves himself into that top 16. And we go back to the start line to see our next two contenders. It will be Riyad Al-Masali Mark IV Supra 2JZ underneath the bonnet. And the V8 naturally aspirated 350Z sits alongside him. That cool air filter hanging out the bonnet of Nasser Al-Habari, representing El Salvador. So the local man from Oman in the Mark IV Supra take on Nasser from El Salvador. Habari in that incredible liveried 350Z. A lot of these guys running full carbon body panels. Incredible job. Here we go through the gate. Vasiliaskas not messing around. Big flick across the track. He's going to drop a wheel. Oh, he does just, but he holds on to it. Vasiliaskas starts to fall off the circuit. Just holds on to it. As you can see, Vasiliaskas getting himself back into it. Not doing a bad job so far. Nicer than his qualifying run. Gets the back end of that Mark IV Supra onto the wall. As Nasser struggles to find some proximity, shallowing up the angle, incredibly shallow angle from Nasser in that 350Z. Can't get himself into the mix. Riyad Al-Masali though fires the back end of that Supra into the outside zone. Tidy job from Riyad Al-Masali. This was a little bit that caught my attention. Looked like Nasser, mate, yeah, big error in the middle of the track. It looked like he was going to straighten. It just took a moment to think about what was going on, set the car back up, then got himself back into it and kind of find a little bit of pace and proximity in the centre of the circuit, but then it fell apart massively here as Vasiliaskas gets himself onto the throttle. You can see shallowing up the angle in that 350Z. Vasiliaskas dials it on, keeps the throttle pinned. Look at that, barely slows the rear wheels down to transition. And Vasiliaskas as a driver has come along massively in the last few seasons of the OIDC. And Nasser pulls to the line. So Nasser pulls to the line. Vasiliaskas goes off to call the car, returns back to the start line to the chase position, and Vasiliaskas now doing a good job. The Omani's really starting to step it up now. The introduction of the international drivers helping their driving skill. The tips and tricks and watching them drive and driving with the internationals has really pushed these guys to up their level. Here we go, light goes amber, light goes green. Vasiliaskas looks across, look at this, staring him down as he go alongside, almost door to door on the initiation. Vasiliaskas not messing around, look at this, gets into it, oh, gives him a touch. Nasser holds on for dear life in that 350Z as he opens up all 600 horsepower from that 350Z. Transitions across the track, fires big angle at it. Vasiliaskas not messing around, bumper to bumper transition. Riyad Al-Masali not getting left behind here. Dials on more angle as Vasiliaskas tucks that Supra onto the door. Vasiliaskas is absolutely flirting with danger. Nasser fires into that final outside zone. Vasiliaskas straightens ever so slightly, makes a massive mistake, but what a run from Riyad Al-Masali. Look at this. Vasiliaskas not messing around. That was probably one of the most perfect initiations. Does drop wheels, granted. Look, we're splitting hairs here, ladies and gentlemen. But what a chase run from this Omani driver. You can see, makes a mistake there, gets himself back into it. I think this is the point where he says, you got this, bro. Holds on to it, keeps himself in the moment, and then starts to flirt with danger. Look at this. They're both deep into the outside zone, door to door. And even a little wheel rub as he pushes Nasser into the outside zone. Tidy job. And there we go. Riyad Al-Masali gets the win and advances through, and the Omanis cheer. So here we go, on the line, a man that I am not too unfamiliar with. It is, of course, Andreas Vasiliaskas, representing Lithuania in that incredible carbon Kevlar E92 BMW. But he sits alongside an incredible talent. A man that's been there on the big screen already is, of course, Formula Drift Japan driver Tazikawa. Takizawa now in the chase. That big Mark II chaser hunting down the turbo systems E92 BMW, and for a while there Vasiliaskas had to hold on for a little bit. This is Scrappy in the lead. He's in and out of the outside zone, stands on the throttle. We know he's got all of the horsepower underneath the bonnet. S55 turbo hammers down once again on the throttle, gets that rear wheel into that zone. Tazikawa, though, not doing a bad job to say he's going up against a world-class driver right now as he transitions across the circuit. Vasiliaskas gets himself deep into the outside zone. He's going to wander out of it, wanders back into it, across the line. Not a clean battle, or not a clean run from either of those guys, in my honest opinion. Vasiliaskas, look at this, initiated way far back. Drops a wheel on the outside edge of that zone, and in the background, Tazikawa doesn't do too bad of a job there. Does get left in the background, sacrifices that transition. Andreas Vasiliaskas, though, look at this as he gets to the wall. Kind of looks a little bit nervous, finds his feet as he gets into this zone. But Tazikawa stayed kind of consistent. This is where he started to fall apart a little bit. Made a mistake there, dropped a wheel. Vasiliaskas, though, had the grip, no proximity in the battle. But look at this from Vasiliaskas go. Again, look, gets wide in that zone. Gets right close to the outside edge of dropping a wheel out of that zone, then gets himself back in deep again. See a lot of drivers doing that yesterday. And there we go, the Lithuanian flag being flown in the grandstands as Vasiliaskas sits in that chase position now. Tazikawa pulls up to lead them both out. 2JZ Mark II Chaser sits on the line. Quaife sequential gearbox. And Formula Drift Japan driver leads them both out. What's he got as he slams through the gears? You can see Vasiliaskas going to go for that initiation. Copies what Riyad Al-Masali did. Both guys get into it. Nice initiation. Lovely setup on the outside zone. Nice and deep. But look at this from Vasiliaskas. He's got the proximity. He's right on the inside of the door. Transition across the circuit. Big angle thrown on. Trying to upset him. Vasiliaskas is Tazikawa now as Tazikawa gets into the wall. Tazikawa gets it into the wall and makes contact with Vasiliaskas. And Vasiliaskas aborts the run. And that one going to be a tough one for the judges now. So is there damage on Vasiliaskas' car? Not sure. Doesn't look like it from here. Nice initiation for those guys. Vasiliaskas, textbook, sticks it onto the door as soon as he initiates that Riyad Al-Masali style fire into the door across the track. Worked perfectly. Nice transition. Contact with the wall. Yeah, slams in to the E92 of Andreas Vasiliaskas. Takes the wing mirror clean off the car. So pretty sure I know which way this is going to go, but you can never count it out from what the judges are looking at. And there we go, it is official. Andreas Vasiliaskas gets the win, advances through. So Vasiliaskas gets the win, advances through, move it along to Rostislav Rarahovsky. Hussein Mohammed on the line. And Musulmani driving an E46 BMW. Musulmani 2JZ underneath the bonnet of that E46 BMW. And Rarahovsky 2JZ as well. GT86. Rarahovsky representing Ukraine versus Lebanon right now. Nice initiation from Rarahovsky. A lot of drivers saying Rarahovsky is one of the fastest guys on circuit. That car absolutely gets up and goes as Rarahovsky puts the back end of the 86 to the wall. Nice transition across the circuit. It's going to be flirting with danger. Absolutely perfect. Oh, wow. Musulmani, though, makes contact and over-rotates as Rarahovsky tries to finish the run and puts himself into the wall. What is going on? We need to see a replay of that. It damaged the car? Looked like Musulmani put some damage onto Rarahovsky's car. Rarahovsky, look at that, drops a wheel. Musulmani follows him naturally in that chase position. And then Rarahovsky starts to pick up the pace, really gets himself into it. You can see right there, that's where Musulmani makes a mistake. Dives, hits the rear wheel of Rarahovsky's GT86. And then Rarahovsky's car just understeers
and gets himself into that tyre wall right in front of the grandstand. So I'm going to go from previous experience here that Musulmani would have just handed a 10-0 to Rorohovsky, and also a competition timeout, which means that Rorohovsky will get as long as he needs, or to at least the end of the top 32 bracket, to repair that car and get back out to do a run. So there we go, Rorohovsky. And I'll tell you exactly where it went from Musulmani, where it all went wrong. Right here, bam, decides to make the decision to dive across the circuit, carried 10 times more speed than what Rorohovsky was. That was when the impact happened. And can't see that inside wheel, but I'm guessing maybe a D-bead or broke the rim, and Rorohovsky had no grip, fired himself into the wall. So Rorohovsky still buried in the wall from where I can see. And Hassan Musulmani makes his way back to the start line. So, Rorohovsky out of the car, inspecting the damage. And we're going to show you a few more replays of this for you guys at home. Don't forget, tune in, Facebook, YouTube, round 3 coming up next weekend. The final round, who will be crowned the king of the desert, the king of 2022 OIDC. So we go, alternative angle. So we might be able to see the tyre from Rorohovsky's car, whether it was damaged or not. As he gets himself set up nicely, you can see Hassan Musulmani. Look, watch this. Inside edge of the circuit, makes a dive. Oh, I'm not sure, you know. I didn't see any damage on that car, but maybe bent a tie rod on the front. It just looked like it had no rear grip, though, more than anything. Tough one. So there we go. We will find out what the judges are thinking in a few moments' time and how that one plays out, if there is going to be a competition timeout, which I can see the recovery truck out there now trying to unpick that GT86 out of the tyre wall. I think he... No, I don't think he did hit the front wheel. You could see the front wheel was already turned after. So anyway, we're going to move along, have a look at a few more battles coming up. We do have Steve Bagsy Biagioni going against Alawad Zaki. Azar Al-Hassani to take on Sebastian Fontaine. Timur Lipsky, the hottest property in Ukrainian drifting coming up. This young man is, quite frankly, one of the next biggest things to come out of Europe. He'll be taking on Mohammed Al-Zahar, Saim, and then Clint Van Ort. Your round 1 winner will be the final battle of the day. Can Salim take down Van Ort? Van Ort not looking too good this weekend on the ropes. The whole Dutch team not looking too strong altogether. Problems with the cars. A little bit of mental and physical breakdown going on a little bit down in the pits. But Sebastian Fontaine remained positive last night and told me they would be on top step of the podium. It's going to be a reproduction of round 1, but this time he will be on there himself. So there we go. I'll leave you with a few more of these replays of Rorohovsky and Musulmani's incident as we remove that car from the track. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We can see Rostiav Rarahovsky's car on at the back of the recovery truck. The tyre wall rebuilt, and drivers and officials getting ready to rock and roll. There we go in the starting lines out the back, the gridding area. Drivers getting ready, suited and booted for action. As Rarahovsky's GT86 gets removed from the track. Now, I haven't had news yet that Rarahovsky will get a competition timeout, but I am going to go off my own knowledge that Rarahovsky will get a competition timeout and be allowed time to fix that car, and we will remove Hassan Musulmani from the start line and move on with the next battle, which will be Steve Bagsy Biagioni to take on Al-Hadidi. Here we go. Two incredible drivers, Ahmed Daham and Ali Maqsid, just having a chat there in the background. These guys just enjoying the last bit of the warm weather before the sun sets, and that light breeze takes the chill, puts the chill, in the air. Here we go, Fontaine and Clint Van Oort there, just having a little bit of chill time as well. Their battle's coming up soon. The last battle of the day will be Clint Van Oort take on Salim. So, officials and judges now just relaying information back down to the start line. I do believe we will then move on to the next battle. And there we go, Musulmani removes himself from the circuit. We do have a competition timeout for Rarahovsky. And there we go, back in the paddock we go, and you can see cars at the beginning of the grid getting warmed up and doors slammed shut and ready to warm up tyres. And it will be Bagsy versus Al-Hadidi Zaki. That incredible PS13 Rocket Bunny kit on it, incredible looking street car. But it's not a street car this weekend, it's a competition car for Al-Hadidi. As the grandstands get filled to capacity, 70% capacity this weekend, abiding by local restrictions here in Oman. Good to see people back out, and there we go. Bagsy ready to rock and roll. Al-Hadidi just having a quick chat with his spotter and mechanic. Maybe making sure they've got the right setup in the car, the right tyre pressures. And the next battle there, warming up as well. Mohammed getting ready to take on Timo Lipsky, the hottest property in Ukrainian drifting. As more and more people come to the gate to purchase their tickets and make their way in to see the spectacle tonight of Top 32, as we move in through the night to crown our round 2 winner. So, hear the sound of Bagsy's V8 supercharged Monster Energy ST suspension PS13 being warmed up out the back. And Ali Maxi just showing off his biceps. That guy, an incredible athlete. If you don't follow him, give him a follow on social media. Absolutely incredible what he gets up to. Fencing, boxing, jiu-jitsu, you name it. He does it all. So there we go. Bagsy warms up the tyres on the back end of that Monster Energy ST suspension SB Motorsport PS13 and pulls to the line in that lead position. Third place qualifier. He's taking on 30th place qualifier of Al-Weed. And here we go. He pulls to the line for the chase position. Marshall's just checking the last bit at the back end of that circuit before they give the all clear to our start line. Marshall, that we're good and safe to run. That is a fast part of the track, full throttle there where Rostislav hit the wall. And we want to make sure that tyre wall is back exactly how it was before we send these guys off the start line. And I'm looking out through the commentary tower window and I can see the guys just finishing off the last little bit of the barrier. And that gets removed. Our start line marshal is happy. We are ready to rock and roll. Well, here we go. Thumbs up all round. Bagsy and Mahmoud come off the line. Bagsy flat through the gears. Monster Energy ST suspension PS13 getting into business right now. Sends it in. Keeps a hold on the circuit. Oh, and a big understeer for Mahmoud. Mahmoud just cannot hang with the pace and the grip in the back end of that S13 of Bagsy's. And once again, Mahmoud falls apart. Bagsy starts to throw down that third place qualifying run, that consistency creeping back in, and Mahmoud making hundreds of errors in the background. A 10-0 advantage already to Bagsy, and so much understeer. Fires that car on angle, trying to get some proximity on Bagsy, but just cannot hang with him. Bagsy gets into the outside zone. There's a back end of the car on the wall, and Bagsy, job done. Let's see where it all went wrong for Mahmoud in that chase position. Looked to initiate, fired the car in on the handbrake, and the car just didn't react. Like it has no power whatsoever. And by that point, Bagsy is up and gone. You can see Mahmoud in the middle of the circuit. The tyres barely making any smoke, barely spinning. Now, will Mahmoud call a 5-minute rule, or will he just try and limp it through with a broken car? And you can see Mahmoud flicking that car, trying to get it to stay on angle, but it has nothing to give. It's business as usual for Bagsy as he puts foot to floor, sails into that final outside zone, and job done. So Mahmoud is going to be interested in the lead position, because if he has got a broken car, this could lead to an issue with Bagsy trying to give him chase. We know Bagsy's car super gripped up, and Bagsy's going to be going in hot and fast. Can Mahmoud put down a lead run? That's what we're going to be asking the question. Can that car complete a lead run? And we wait to get the thumbs up all round. We look for the traffic light to be illuminated. Bagsy slams the door shut, slams the car in gear. I know, I'm not sure what the hold up is at the moment. The track is clear. Maybe we're waiting on our judges. So, not sure what the hold up is at the moment. Track is clear. There is nothing out on track. There we go. Thumbs up all round, I do believe. Bagsy just looked across. No, maybe not. I'm jumping the gun a little bit here. What is the hold-up, do we feel? So here we go. Thumbs up all round now. And the green light is go. Can Mahmoud lay down a lead line? This could be uncharted waters for Bagsy right now as he fires in at Monster Energy S13. Mahmoud finds everything he has, but he fires that car across the centre of the track, and Mahmoud's car just has no power, nothing left to give as Mahmoud fires the car left to right, trying to redeem something, trying to stick something together as Bagsy just gives him the room to manoeuvre, sticks to that qualifying line. Mahmoud fires the throttle to the floor, and now Bagsy gets himself into that final outside zone, and Mahmoud on the inside edge of the track. Bagsy finishes up the run. An awkward one there for Bagsy. Had to play that one super careful. Watch this on the initiation. Bagsy comes in hot, as you can see, chases him down, goes for a nice initiation, gets the job done. Mahmoud, not too bad initiation, drops wheels off the edge of the circuit. Look at this, almost over rotates, hammers the throttle. Car just grips up, fires him straight across the track. It flicks it on angle again, straightens, understeers, flicks it again across the circuit, dials on huge angle, drops wheels, and Bagsy in the background, to be honest with you, does a pretty good job to avoid any harm or damage. And Mahmoud gets himself going in the end, but finds himself in the centre of the circuit across the finish line. And that one, I think, is all she wrote for Alawed Mahmoud. But we do need to make it official, so we'll wait for our graphics to illuminate, or our start line marshal to tell us. And there we go, official it is. Bagsy gets the win. Bagsy gets the win in that Monster Energy ST suspension PS13. An easy one for Bagsy. I don't think the rest of the day is going to be that easy for this young man. We move it back to the line where we await Hazar. Hossani to make his way to the line to take on Sebastian Fontaine. Now, Hazar, the higher qualifier. Fontaine not having a good qualifying session yesterday. Qualified down in 19th place. That car causing Fontaine some issues. Fontaine been struggling to get himself in the zone on that qualifying line. Oh, and issues there. Issues with the car. So in the burnout box, we've got issues with the car. And yesterday in practice, this car was overheating. I can see a clock running. On our marshal, you can see the stopwatch in his hand. And they do allow these guys a few moments. They get a certain amount of time in the burnout box. They get, you know, a certain amount of time to cool the car. It is hot conditions. We do allow, we are lenient with cooling the cars down and warming up the tyres. So Hazard there. Oh, and is there an issue with the car again? And we have a fire, I do believe. I do believe we have a fire. Yep. Yeah, we got a fire going on live in the burnout box. So this could be a non-start for Hazard. So yeah, it looks like our marshals are going to remove him from the burnout area, which means he will not start the run. Or will he call the 5-minute rule? We'll find out in all good time. Yeah, and look at that, he just got the symbol for 5 minutes. He's got a 5-minute rule to get back to his paddock. 5 minutes to work on that car, get it back up and running. And then we will move on with that battle between him and Sebastian Fontaine. Looks like now we might move on to our Timo Lipsky battle. So there we go. Yeah, you can see Sebastian Fontaine's team just notifying him of the situation, that he caught fire in the burnout box. And that they have a few more minutes to chill. And you can see Timo Lipsky there next to him in that E46 BMW, awaiting his chance to get into the burnout box, and his competitor next to him, car number 51, Mohammed, in that 350Z. And there we go, your round one winner, looking cool, calm and collected. No stress for Clint Van Aert. Chilled out, had a bit of a stressful day yesterday, didn't qualify as good as what he wanted to, but rumour is it he didn't qualify that well at round one either, but yet still managed to get himself on top step of the podium. Said he comes alive in battles, finds his flow, finds the feel of the track when he gets into the battles. So Clint Van Aert, one to keep your eye on. Can he do it again? As Timo Lipsky there now pulls up to the edge of the tyre woman area and makes his way in, ready to rock and roll. Now this young man, 15 years old, from the Ukraine, put on an incredible qualifying session yesterday. For me, golden buzzer moment. I pressed that golden buzzer because I thought that was one of the ones. I thought that was up there. I thought that was first place qualifier, but judges didn't see it the same way. Qualified him down in 6th place, just underneath Martin Richards. And Timo Lipsky, though, for me, not really putting a foot wrong. A lot of guys in the paddock talking about him. His name is on a lot of international drivers' lips this weekend, as more and more people start to crowd in and flood the Oman Automobile Association. Lipsky pulls into that lead position, slots that E46 BMW within the cones. And now Mohammed to warm up the tyres on the back of that 350Z. So there we go, Mohammed Al-Jabir representing Qatar. Qatar versus Ukraine. And fingers crossed we might get this one underway in a minute. It's been a scrappy last 25 minutes with Lavrovsky going in the wall on a slow recovery there. And Hazard breaking down in the burnout box. So both guys slot into position, no dramas this time. We await for the start line marshal to give them the thumbs up. Track's clear. I'm ready to go. Our judges should be ready to rock and roll. And there we go, thumbs up all round. They look at the traffic light. And you can see Jabir. Oh, wow, Lipsky dropping wheels off the edge of the track already. Oh, not even on the initiation. Fires that car in. Jabar's coming in hot though. Almost makes contact with him. Timo Lipsky keeps in it. Oh, and this one's going to be deadly. Oh, when he hits him, massive contact and turns him around. Mohammed with a huge error there. Makes a huge dive onto the door. And I'm not sure, ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to get a clean battle in the second half of this top 32 bracket. So, just testing that steering on that 350Z. Going to make his way back to the start line, I do believe. I'm not sure. Timo Lipsky, look at that though. Made a little snap, dropped a wheel off the edge of the track. Not sure how the judge is going to see that one. Nice initiation, pin to the outside line. Look at that, perfection for Timo Lipsky. Gets that car dialed, but look at this, huge error. Big dive across the track, rubs that front wheel, upsets the balance of the car, turns him around. So, I do believe we're going to have a competition timeout on our hands. As Mohammed pulls back to the start line. That's weird. That snap was weird. It just looked like he got hot out the gate. Didn't catch the front end and the car snapped across the track. Nevertheless, getting scrappy out on circuit between those guys. Oh, and they are back on the line, ready to go. So Gerber now to lead out Lipsky. No reason for a 5-minute rule. Lipsky pushes the cone out of the way. That front bumper of that E46 BMW looking damaged. Oh, Lipsky puts a wheel off the edge of the circuit, takes down a cone, keeps in it in the outside zone. Gerber puts foot to floor, finds himself in the middle of the circuit. Once again, nowhere near that outside wall. As Lipsky keeps his distance, he knows he has to be somewhat close to him in the matter of proximity to get the win if judges deem it that way. They transition down up onto the final outer wall run, and Gerber nowhere near that clipping point. You can see Lipsky just doing what he can, gets the job done, gets the car home safely across the line, and yeah, Timo Lipsky takes the cones out of the way. Anger running through the veins of that young Ukrainian man there, takes down that cone as well. But Timo doing an incredible job. You see Gerber in front. A little bit of panic, maybe a little bit of stress creeping into that run. Throws it away completely. Doesn't get into any of the outside zones. That makes it incredibly difficult for Timo Lipsky to chase. So there we go. Here we go. Graphics up. And I can presume who's going to go through. And there we go. Timo Lipsky gets the win, advances through into the top 16. So, technically we have one battle to go. But we do have a 5-minute rule currently in action for Azar versus Fontaine. We are going to see his Dutch teammate now, round 1 winner, Clint Van Oort, make his way to the line. Salim in that 350Z twin turbo Chevrolet V8 underneath the bonnet. And Al-Sharaf representing Q8. The higher qualifier. So Al-Sharaf, not a bad qualifying line, just outside of that top 10, 11th place for Al-Sharaf. But Clint Van Oort, like I mentioned earlier, looking a little bit shaken. 22nd place in qualifying. What can he do? He got it done at the last round. Can he do it again? Al-Sharaf waiting to get that green light to go. As I mentioned, Chevrolet V8 twin turbo 350Z. Here we go, thumbs up both rounds for both our drivers. Light goes amber, light goes green. Van Oort doesn't take the opportunity to jump that start line. He knows that Al-Sharaf is fast. Al-Sharaf, oh, straight line initiation, and the problem with the car, he's going to lock up massively, voids the wall, and Clint Van Oort, well, I mean, what did I expect? It's been a whole roller coaster of emotions, crashes, thrills and spills in the last half hour here, ladies and gentlemen, at round 2 of the 2022 Oman International Drift Championship. For a moment there I thought we was going to have a real nice clean fast battle. Clint Van Oort just got handed an incredible lifeline, and could that be what he wanted? Could that be what he needed to get himself further in competition today? Because Al-Sharaf was looking incredible. Look at this, through the gears, car's freight training, and then boom, nothing. Then the front wheels lock up. I'm gonna go with a guess that he lost the handbrake there. So Raf will make his way back to the start line if he does call a 5-minute rule. We have a bit of a situation on our hands. As Van Oort finished up that run. So I wonder if Al-Saraf will make it back to the start line if he will call a 5-minute rule. He's gone back towards the pit entrance. And we're awaiting feedback from the officials. And no issues whatsoever, apparently. Pulls back to the start line, ready to rock and roll. So there we go. Salim Al-Saraf pulls off the start line, starts to jump it, uses every advantage he can right now. He knows he's massively out of this one. Car initiates this time, no such problems. Clint Van Aert gets into the outside zone. Look at Al-Saraf. Al-Saraf goes for the door. Clint Van Aert falls off that qualifying line. Saraf does an incredible job of backing out of it and getting back into it. Again, nice transition from Al-Saraf as he dives across the track. Wow, incredible driving from Saraf right now as Clint Van Aert gets himself deep into the outside zone. He's feeling the pressure from Saraf as Saraf tucks up on the inside and that 350Z. Oh, wow, what an incredible transition. Takes the back end off the car and Clint Van Aert goes super deep, destroys the car on the wall. Wow, we were robbed. We were robbed of a battle there, and I want to know what happened to Saraf's car because we were robbed of an incredible battle between these two guys. Look at this. Clint Van Aert on an absolute stonker. But Saraf, caution to the wind, threw it in onto the door. Even when Clint Van Aert was falling off that qualifying line, he knew he had a 10-0 deficit. He knew he had to do something. Watch these transitions from Al-Saraf as he gets himself into it. Look at this. Approaches, gets onto the door, noses the front wheel on the door and says, I'm right here, buddy. Watch this transition. Boom. Goodbye, boot lid. Don't need that anymore. Clint Van Aert upsets his line. Bam! Gets himself into the wall, destroys the rear end of the car and bends the rear wheel. You can see that rear wheel, a massive camber now, towing it out massively. Big issues for Clint Van Aert and the team as they need to now struggle to get that car repaired. Look at the devastation on the back of the S14. Oh man, we were robbed. That could have been a close battle, but it can only go one way. And unfortunately, it's not going to go the way of the Q80s. But we do need to make it official. Oh, judges taking a look back at this. So, not sure what the judges are looking at. So, not sure what the judges are looking at here. A little bit of context here. Maybe they are looking into whether Al-Saraf's contact with Clint Van Aert sent him into the wall. Was it enough? Was it heavy enough? Shout out to all the Drift Masters crew and team that are watching right now, supporting the international drivers and catching up on everything that is going on in the Middle East. I'm not sure if that contact was enough, because if you had a sneaky little look at Clint Van Aert's rear wheels, he dabbed the handbrake. That is going to pull him backwards on the circuit. So Clint Van Aert, I think, put himself into that situation. So, just waiting. Clint Van Aert takes a look out the door, throws his head backwards and says, that's a situation. So, body panels being removed. And Clint Van Aert says, well, I don't need that at the moment. There we go. It could only go one way, unfortunately, and we were robbed. Clint Van Aert gets the win and moves on to the top 16. It does look like we're going to see his Dutch teammate on the line. Up next, Al-Hossani to take on Sebastian Fontaine. And Clint Van Aert's just going to take a quick look at his car before he removes it from the track to make sure it is safe to drive. Yeah, there's a wheel there, still on there, still bolted on, just about. You can see how far deep he is on the wall, where there's parts of the wall left on that steel part of the rear quarter panel. Here we go. Sebastian Fontaine, biggest name to come out of Dutch drifting on the European scene. Made a big statement here 2 years ago with James Dean, absolutely pushing each other around the track. Up next, though, from the UAE is Hazar Al-Hossani. And big shout out to Youssef for dropping me a message. Be good to catch up with you soon, dude. Here we go. Fontaine now on the line. Oh, as he does a cheeky little extra tyre warm up there to warm the tyres up. And our start line marshal offering both drivers the option to re-warm tyres because of that little pause in action, but not taken. And you can see Fontaine back off that line. He's going to try and use a little bit of momentum here to try and gain some lost ground. Light goes green. Azar comes through the gate hot. Chased down, though, by Sebastian Fontaine. Nice snap to initiation from Hossani. Hossani gets himself into it nice and deep in the outside zone. That carbon Kevlar boss kitted S14 flying right now. Wow, nice job on the wall from Hossani as Sebastian Fontaine has to pick his game up a little bit there. Shallows up the angle, makes a dive up to the side. Oh, a little wobble on angle as they head towards the wall. Both guys unnerved. Hossani falls at the outside zone, back onto the throttle once again as Hossani smokes out Fontaine. Fontaine going for it though. These guys are not messing around. Pace 100 as they go wheel to wheel across the line. Wow. That was a seriously up-paced battle. That was hot and heavy. Look at this, nice initiation. Hossani's car crabbed across the track, got himself deep into the outside zone, foot flat to the floor, as Hossani gets almost all of that boss-kitted carbon Kevlar S14 into the outside zone, nice onto the wall. Fontaine hanging around in the background like a spare part. Then decides, well, I need to get myself into the mix here. Goes for a dive. Hossani wobbles ever so slightly, slams on that foot brake, gets himself into the outside zone, just about keeps a wheel in it as he then goes nice and deep. Fontaine opens up the doors, takes a step inside. Big flame erupts as Fontaine washes, dials the car on angle, gets on the door, and then really stamps his authority as he touches the front wheel across the line. Wow. Well, as you can see, sun just creeping behind the mountains and the buildings in the background. Won't be long now, and we will be under darkness for top 16. Hossani pulls to the line to chase position, and does a sterling job in that chase position as well. The higher qualifier, 14th place. Fontaine down in 19th. Light goes amber, light goes green. Fontaine, all the work to do now. What can he do? Hossani going to be looking for a little bit of blood, maybe in the water, from Sebastian Fontaine. Nice initiation on the handbrake for a while though, was Fontaine slowed that car down. Hossani deeper in the outside zone. Hossani sticks it onto the quarter. Fontaine falls out of that zone away from the wall, makes a scrappy transition. Hossani holds onto it, leaves it late. The back bumper disposed of on the back end of Fontaine's E36 BMW as Hossani levels himself up in the centre of the circuit for the slingshot onto the door as Fontaine squeezes the throttle. He's going to have to work to get to the outside zone. Hossani left a little bit here, left asking a question: did you do enough? Wow, incredible job there from Hazar Al-Hossani. Sebastian Fontaine not on form. Look at this, falls way out of the outside zone. Tries to get back in it, then look how far away is this from that clipping point on the wall. Not getting it together. Scrappy transition through the centre of the circuit. Hops a wheel, the back bumper removed by Hossani. But that upset Hossani a little bit there. You can see, finds himself in the inside edge of the circuit. Has to work hard, uses a little slingshot to get himself there. Onto the rear wheel, waits for the transition a little too long. And then finds himself back on the inside edge of the circuit once again as Fontaine does everything he can to try and claw a win in his direction. Well, here we go. Decision is in apparently. Who's going to take it? Will it be Al-Hossani Or will it be Sebastian Fontaine? Well, judges teasing us with this one. We are waiting for the decision to drop in. Oh, Sebastian Fontaine, I think he's a little bit surprised at that battle. Hossani really brought the heat. No decision yet from the judges. Still waiting for it to drop in. Hassan saying, sorry about your back bumper, bro. Well, no decision as of yet. Well, this could be a one more time, as my good friend Grinya is suggesting to his viewers. Could it be a one more time? Well, this is a tough one for the judges. Still no decision dropped in yet. Reviewing all the footage. They do have their own different monitor up there, so they can keep watching back replays without disturbing our feed, so that you guys don't have to watch a million replays. You get to see Sebastian Fontaine's real good interpretation of drifting with your bum and wiggling your hips there. Hossani says, I don't know. I did everything I can. Sebastian Fontaine. Well, nobody knows at the moment. It's all quiet. No decision from anyone. Not even our officials quite yet know what is going on. So after we get the decision for this battle, we may have one more, or one half of a battle left, and it will be between Lavrovsky and Hassan Musulmani. Now, that is if Lavrovsky has managed to fix his car, which means if he hasn't, he will get the win, because I'm assuming the damage was caused by Musulmani, but he won't be able to advance in top 16. We'll get into that later. Let's see if we have a decision. Oh, it looks like it has gone through. Fontaine gets the win. Sebastian Fontaine gets the win and advances through into top 16. A little bit of luck for that young man. He's had an unfortunate start to the 2022 season, and you can see what it means to him, the smile on his face as he takes that car off track. So now we wait to see what is going on. So will we have Lavrovsky back on the track? And we do. We are going to finish out this top 32 as we intended. Rostislav Lavrovsky to sit in the chase position, and Hassan Musulmani reverses out of position. Now, does he call a 5-minute rule? And it looks like he is going to call a 5-minute rule. So Hassan Musulmani just goes back to warm up the tyres. On the back end of the E46 2JZ BMW. Well, there we go. We are ready to rock and roll. Sorry, it's not a 2JZ. It is, in fact, an LSA Chevrolet supercharged V8 underneath the bonnet. So the pole's in action. We're going to allow our drivers to re-warm up their tyres. That pole's in decision from the Sebastian Fontaine battle. We have got one half of this battle to go, and it will be Hussein Musulmani to lead out Rostislav Rarahovsky for a spot in the top 16, and that will complete top 32 action. And we've got some hot and heavy battles to come up later on this afternoon. The light almost gone now here in Oman. We will be under the spotlights when we come back. Here we go, through the gears goes Musulmani, that car flicking left to right, no messing around. Rarahovsky waits for the initiation, doesn't get himself too into the mix just at the moment. Now starts to hunt down the back end of Musulmani's E46 BMW. Musulmani fires into it. Rostislav right with him as they come across the circuit. Oh, and almost contact again as Musulmani fires it into a circle. So there we go. I think that is all she wrote for Hussein Musulmani. And Musulmani did everything he could. You know, I'm assuming that he was at fault for causing the damage to Rarahovsky's GT86, but spinning around in the middle of the circuit is not what we're looking for. And there we go, official call done. Rarahovsky gets the win and moves through into the top 16, and that is it. Top 32 decided. Behind the mountains in Oman. Top 16's decided. We're going to go to an ad break. We'll be back in around 10 minutes time for more action here at round 2 of the 2022 Oman International Drift Championship.
الحديدي وبعد طبعا المتسابق في السياره رقم 20 الماليزي محمد حمدان بولزاي. بعد في السياره رقم 38 المتسابق من بودكاست تشيربا. المتسابق المتسابق سيرهي كريمتس. في السيارة رقم 56 في الإمارات محمد شهاب. متسابق طبعا من بريطانيا في السيارة رقم 35.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see on your screen, the top 16 parade has begun out here in Oman. And as I promised, we're in darkness. The lights are on, the track lights are on. And now our top 16 drivers begin to make their way out. As you can see, Ukrainian driver Sergei Kramitz there hanging out the flag of his home nation. Riyad Al-Masali putting in that incredible run there. Your first place qualifier, Haytham Al-Hadidi, leading out the crew. Vasiliaskas there in that carbon Kevlar E92 BMW, a crowd favourite out here in Oman, and a whole host of incredible drivers. So let's take you through a little walkthrough of some of the battles we've got coming up in our top 16 this evening. It will be Haytham Al-Hadidi to take on Bullseye. There he is, right there in that S15. There will be Gerber to take on Sergei Kramitz, Lithuania versus the Ukraine. Al-Shahani to take on Al-Mohammed Chihab in that incredible Corvette C6. Martin Richards of the UK to take on Kuwait's very own Ali Maqsid. Second place qualifier, Ahmed Daham to take on Riyad Al-Masali. It'll be a very interesting battle between those two guys. Vasiliaskas to take on Rostislav Lavrovsky. And then it will be Bagsy to take on Sebastian Fontaine. That one, we will wait and see how it unfolds. Fontaine not out on the parade, checking over that car. We see it wasn't looking 110%. And the last battle of the evening in top 16 will be Timur Lipsky, another Ukrainian driver, to take on Clint van Oor of the Netherlands. So there we go, drivers exiting their cars, flying their flags of their home nations, getting a warm welcome from the crowds here in Oman as the grandstand's now almost at full capacity. These guys going to be going head to head in minutes as we get ready to crown our round 2 OIDC 2022 winner. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go quiet as the crowd stand for their national anthem. There we have it. The Omani national anthem plays, and the stadium give a warm round of applause. You can see media out on track, catching the drivers, getting the feelings, as these guys now are going to make their way back into their cars, back into the paddock. And the two first guys that will be warming up their tyres and strapping in and holding on will be Hassan Al-Hadidi to take on Bullseye. Hassan Al-Hadidi will lead them off track. And I'm quite excited about this evening's top 16 action. It's going to be getting hot and heavy. Top 32 action was anything to go by. We're expected to see some real good battles as Sergei Kramitz absolutely destroys the tyres on the back end of that Lexus IS200 3UZ underneath the... sorry, no, not 3UZ. It's a Mercedes-Benz 3.2 litre turbo engine. So Kramitz there, putting on a show. Knows he's got a little way to wait yet before he needs those tyres to do battle with Benediktas Gerber. Everyone evades the track, media disappear off to the sidelines, and the final drivers make their way off the circuit back into the paddock. As I said, they will go back and get prepped ready for battle, and the first battle will be Hassan Al-Hadidi to take on Bullseye, Mohammed Zayman.
أول مواجهة مباشرة ستجمع بين الألماني الحديدي والماليزي محمد بولزاي. ثاني المواجهة ستجمع بين جيربر وسيرهي كريمتس. مواجهة ثالثة ستكون بين طارق الشهاني ومحمد شهاب. المواجهة الرابعة ستكون بين مارتن ريتشاردز وعلي مكسي. المواجهة الخامسة ستجمع بين أحمد دحام وعبد المحسن. والمواجهة السادسة ستجمع أندرياس فاسيلياسكس مع روستسلاف لافروفسكي. المواجهة السابعة ستجمع ستيف باتزي مع سيباستيان فونتين. آخر المواجهات ستجمع ليبسكي مع كلينت فان أوت. أيضا على المواجهات اللي راح تقام في توب 60. بعدها على المباشرة طبعا إلى التوب 8 لأن المواجهات ستقام على نفس النظام ونفس الطريقة. الدخول لمرتين، مرة طبعا الريتنج الأعلى راح يكون في موقع الليج، وطبعا الريتنج الأقل راح يكون في موقع الستيتس. بالتالي هذا يكون في أول مواجهة بين بولزاي. وقبل نسبة من الكتالوج على الترتيب من الجديد يكون في الجيس ومتابعين اكيد والجماهير بدات طبعا تحضر بثلاث اكثر بعد المغرب صارت اجواء جديده.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, getting information in my ear that we are ready to rock and roll. Judges and officials are all in place. Start line marshal is ready to go. We are now making sure that Haytham Al-Hadidi and Bullseye are strapped in, ready to rock and roll. They are at the hot pits, and they will soon enter the tyre warming area to warm up the tyres on the back ends of those S15s. Head to the start line to do battle. It will be Haytham Al-Hadidi to give lead and Bullseye to chase him out. Two S15s, two very different setups, two different parts of the world. It will be Malaysia versus Oman. As our start line marshal walks down, and gives the shout out to his marshals in the pits to send the first car to warm the tyres. And here we go, I can hear him in the background. That is Hadidi warming up the tyres on the back end of that Red Bull S15. This young man, a rising superstar from Oman. Ahmed Daham said that he will be the next biggest thing to come out of the Middle East. Is this he's coming? Is this the time where Hadidi shows himself? Is this the time where Haytham Al-Hadidi makes a name for himself in international drifting? He wants to follow in the footsteps of Daham and take his career further afield into Europe. And there he goes, pulls up to the line. As you can see, Bullseye in the background from Malaysia, warming up the tyres on that S15 as well. Green lights inside, shining bright. And now things are going to start heating up. A lot of drivers felt out the track, know the conditions. Track conditions pretty similar to what they were. A lot of drivers saying in that break that it does lose grip ever so slightly once the sun sets, but the more and more drivers that go lay down more and more rubber and it starts to pick up the grip once again. Here we go then, Hadidi, Oman, Bullseye, Malaysia. Both guys are ready for action. And the lights are on. Here we go, this is it. Top 16 starts right now. Haytham Al-Hadidi to lead out Bullseye. Nice initiation from Hadidi. Just washes shallow though on the outside zone. You can see Bullseye dropping down, shallowing up, gaining that proximity, but he's cheating by shortcutting the circuit. Hadidi right on that wall on the outside zone. Nice transition back from Hadidi. Smoke starts to enter the cabin as Bullseye makes a mistake, straightens up. Now loses proximity. Bullseye shallows up once again, trying to dive onto the door. Hadidi foot flat to the floor, a little lift on the transition, flame erupts. Bullseye out of nowhere, washes way off track. Hadidi screams home and seals the deal. Wow. Wow, what a turn of events there for Bullseye. Looks very, very strong in top 32. What happened there? Hadidi there, just dropping out of the outside zone. Not looking too comfortable, had to get himself back into it and think about the situation a little bit as he come down to that wall though. Look as he gains and gains and gains, fires the back end onto the wall. Bullseye, pretty good proximity, nice transition, a nice bumper to bumper transition from Bullseye. It starts to lose some ground here though, the car straightens up, he has to clutch kick and get himself back into it again. At this point though, Haytham's up and gone and you can see Bullseye trying to left foot brake, trying to shallow up the angle, trying to shortcut the circuit to gain some lost ground back up onto the side. But look at this, makes a dive through the smoke and just can't seem to slow the car down. Evaded that wall very close and almost an accident there for Bullseye. But he does finish up the run, but I do believe that was 4 wheels off track, which means Hadidi will have a 10-0 advantage. So both guys back down the back end of the circuit there. You could see them in that burnout box, both talking to their spotters and getting the radiators and intercoolers watered down, cooled down. Although the air temperature's dropped, still very, very warm out there, very humid. And Hadidi now pulls himself into that chase position. And Haytham there, just a little fist bump in the air. I think he got the word on the radio from his spotters that that kind of went his way. 4 wheels off track for Mohammed. And maybe an issue with Mohammed's car if he doesn't pull to the line. Doesn't have long left to go before he is requested to the start line. Otherwise he will have to call a 5-minute rule, which means we'll move on to the next battle. Yeah, and no Bullseye, as you can see. No Bullseye yet. Doesn't look like he is in that tyre warming area either. And you can see Haytham on the radio. And just trying to signal to his crew that he's trying to talk to them once again. So, no Mohammed Bullseye. We are currently waiting to get some feedback, and there we go. He is in his pit area. One of our marshals is down there. It means the timer hasn't even started, but he is going to be issued with a 5-minute sticker warning. You can see it in his hand. So everybody that enters the pits now that calls a 5-minute rule does have a sticker placed on the car, so that marshals and officials can keep track of who's called 5-minute rules. 1 5-minute rule in top 32. If you get to final 4, you unlock another 5-minute rule. So Bullseye there, even though didn't use all of his 5-minute rule, he will have to have the sticker applied to make sure that everybody knows he called a 5-minute rule in the top 16. And there we go. Stickers on. He's used his 5-minute rule. Needs to make it to the final 4 now to unlock another one. You can see there the Prince of Pakistan in the background. Azar not getting through, but there to support his fellow teammate. Little tap on the door from the rest of the crew. And here he goes. Bullseye pulls up to the start line. Lead now for Bullseye. Massive deficit in the first half of the run. So Haytham Al-Hadidi is requesting to re-warm his tyres, which our officials will let him do because of the 5-minute rule implementation from Bullseye. Here we go, looks like we're ready to go. Second half of the run coming up. Bullseye, loads of mistakes, shallowing, straightening. Can he string together a nice lead line? Can he put Haytham Al-Hadidi on the ropes and see if Haytham Al-Hadidi will falter? Light goes green, through to get to go. Bullseye flat to the floor. Wanders right across the circuit. Nice initiation, a little too early though. Lets the car wash. Oh, he's going to wash 2 wheels off the circuit. Hadidi right with him. Gives him that room to manoeuvre up into the wall. Hadidi struggles to get into position. Now Hadidi struggles to look for Bullseye as Bullseye flicks that car aggressively into the outside zone. Bullseye back into it once again, but this is scrappy lead line from the Malaysian driver as Hadidi keeps himself out of danger, keeps within that proximity. Now transitions back once again, up into the wall they go. Full throttle from Bullseye. Hadidi keeps himself out of danger and stays safe. Well, there we go. Bullseye used everything he had to his disposal. Big long handbrake drag that slowed the car down massively, but then as soon as he got on throttle, washed the car out of that outside zone. Haytham Al-Hadidi dialed on a little angle there, trying to get a little bit fruity with the Malaysian driver as they transition back across the track. Haytham Al-Hadidi's car starting to fill with smoke, struggling to see where he's going. And Bullseye now, you can see, falling out of those outside zones, fails to get to that wall ride. Managed to pick up this outer zone, but it was a scrappy run. Looks like decisions in from our judges. And there we go, Haytham Al-Hadidi gets the win. Hadidi gets the win. Big round of applause from the local crowd here as the young gun, the first place qualifier, makes it through to the Great 8. Looking strong, could be a contender for the podium later on this evening. Up next, Benedikt Gerber to take on Sergei Kramitz. These two guys, no messing around, tyres warmed on the line, ready to rock and roll. Thumbs up all round. And here we go. Gerber to lead, Kramitz to give chase. Gerber through the gears. V8 turbo underneath the bonnet, that 36, but look at this from Kramitz, aggressive. Oh, a little wobble from both of them as they start to go wide on the outside edge of the circuit. They both find themselves back in it again. Kramitz looks for the back bumper. Oh, early on the transition, Kramitz throws it away and puts 4 wheels off track. Kramitz now gets himself back into the mix. Benedikt Gerber looking rock steady out front. Nice transition down the outside zone. Kramitz goes for the dive once again. He's going to be wide on that outside zone as Kramitz and Gerber cross the line. Yeah, so there we go. Replay of this. Look. Judges will be looking to see if Benedikt Gerber led Sergei Kramitz off track, and I believe he did. Benedikt Gerber led Kramitz to put 3 wheels off the edge of the circuit. But this, for me, was the defining moment. Gerber just threw the smoke screen up, and Sergei Kramitz got lost, and you can see managed to stay drifting, but put 4 wheels off the inside edge of the circuit. So that'd be a huge advantage to Benedikt Gerber. And Sergei Kramitz, you can see, makes a massive surge through the smoke. Flames erupting from the wing and the bonnet as he tries to put everything together to keep himself in it. Well, interesting scenes. Back on the start line they go. Kramitz to lead, Gerber to give chase. Thumbs up, slots the car into gear. And Gerber, everything to walk away from this one. Was second place on the podium in the last round. Can he do it again? Nice initiation from Sergei Kramitz. No leading off the track this time. The all starts to fall out of the outside zone, though. Wanders back into it. Look at this from Gerber, right up onto the door. Flames erupting once again. Gerber through the smoke on the back bumper. Big angle thrown on by Sergei Kramitz, and Gerber makes a massive mistake. Kramitz threw the gang sign up and absolutely upset Benediktas Gerber. What a turn of events there. Wow, Sergei Kramitz gets himself into it. Gerber takes it across the line. Wow. Let's take a look at the replay. Benediktas Gerber got caught up there. Sergei Kramitz playing some games, threw up the gang sign, put that IS-200 on some gangster angle. Nice run from Sergei Kramitz as he comes down onto the wall, keeps that thing pinned, does wash away, does get out of that outside zone. But look at this, big angle. Look, Gerber slowed that car down so much that he had to get himself out of it and then back into it again. That is a big, big upset in the battle. And I tell you what, if Sergei Kramitz had any tools in the toolbox to use, that was one that he used to his absolute advantage. Will the judges see it the same way? I'm heading my bets on a one more time, potentially. Will the judges see it the same way? As we see Tariq Al-Shahani to pull up to the line. He will be taking on Al-Mohammed Chihab. So both these guys waiting for the decision. I've got a feeling this could be a one more time. These guys are going to need to go back though and get fuel and tyres if that is the call that the judges give them. So, no call just yet. Benediktas Gerber waits patiently in the car. Sergei Kramitz door open, trying to get a little bit of fresh air in the cabin. And I'm still hedging my bets on a one more time for this. This is going to be too tough for the judges to split. Yeah, look at this. Going to want to see a replay from an alternative angle of the run. So, tidy. Yeah, washes out of the outside zone. Watch the angle. Yeah, look at that. You can see Gerber slow that car down massively. Oh, and he did opposite drift. So, Benediktas Gerber, fate hanging in the balance right now. Looked like he was heading on into the Great 8 to take on Al-Hadidi. Oh, and there we go, though. Decision's in. I was completely wrong. Benediktas Gerber gets the win and moves through to the Great 8. Well, what an upset there. Sergei Kramitz left sitting, waiting, thinking, well, I tried everything I could. Wasn't enough. So, Sergei Kramitz smokes out the track, and now we have to wait a few moments for that smoke to clear before we send the next pair of battles, and it will be Tariq Al-Shahani to lead out Mohammed Chihab. Chihab in that Pro Drift Corvette C6. UAE taking on Oman right now. So, there we go, light is on. And both guys going to be hungry for this one. Tariq Al-Shahani said if anyone gets in his way, he's going for the door. What has Mohammed Chihab got? Well, here we go. Waiting for the signal. Looks like we're all clear to go. Smoke is blowing off the circuit. Thumbs up all round from our drivers. The buttons pressed, light goes amber. Chihab takes the opportunity to try and get a little slingshot out of this. Tariq Al-Shahani screams down the track, and Chihab does have nothing, no initiation. Tariq Al-Shahani going to do an incredible run, got himself 4th place qualifying, and Chihab just trying to take a look out the back of the window and back end of the circuit. Yeah, Chihab completely stopped over in the distance. Yeah, and there we go. Tariq finishes up the run. Then he'll see Chihab sitting in the distance thinking, well, what happened there? And he's pulled over to have a chat with him, make sure he's all good. Yeah, look at this. He's looking down inside the car. Nothing. He clicked through the gears and just seemed like it had nothing. Maybe a broken drive shaft, a prop shaft. Tariq Al-Shahani finishes up the run. Could this be all she wrote for Mohammed Chihab? Only has a 5-minute rule. There was no fault, no damage caused by Tariq Al-Shahani. So we're going to wait and see what happens here. My communication to the officials hasn't been too hot this weekend, so I'm waiting to find out as and when I can of what's going on. Doesn't look like there's any sight yet, so recovery truck is out. He's going to get recovered off circuit. We're going to wait and see if he calls a 5-minute rule. Can they get that car repaired in 5 minutes? Is it a drive shaft? Is it a prop shaft? They're looking underneath the car. And Mohammed Chihab will be absolutely devastated. He's been putting in some really good practice runs. He's on the radio already to the team. So we're going to assume that with the recovery, he will attempt to fix it under a 5-minute rule. And Tariq Al-Shahani will be sent back to the paddock to park it up. And then we will move on with the next battle of the evening. Getting through this top 16 pretty quick. Already see some great top 8 battles lining up. You can see Al-Hadidi there looking over, just taking a little look on how things are progressing in competition. Now he's got himself in the Great 8. He finished up the run. Mohammed Chihab failed to initiate, car broke down, so even if he does get the car repaired, he will have a 10-0 deficit hanging over his shoulders. And I can hear cars getting started up in the paddock and sent out to warm their tyres. It will be the next battle of the evening, the last battle of this half of the top 16 bracket. We Martin Richards to take on Ali Maxid. This one will be good. Hot and heavy. Maxid's been on it. Maxid has been absolutely flying this weekend. But Martin Richards, the European superstar, the man that's been around for what seems forever in that Driftworks Nissan Skyline R32, 2JZ underneath the bonnet. And Richards, well, he will know how good Maxid is. Maxid, very good friends with Ahmed Daham. And Richards will not take Maxid lightly. As I mentioned earlier, Ali Maxid, an incredible athlete, not only drift driver. This guy fences, does jiu-jitsu, kung fu, you name it. He is an all-rounder, a real athlete, a real sportsman. And here he is, pulls up to the line. 2JZ, Toyota GT86 on the line. Richards, Maxid, here we go. They get the green light. Richards to lead out Maxid. Look at Maxid, no messing around, hammering through the gears. Big, fast initiation. Richards just about, oh, he can't hold on to it. He can't hold on to it. Richards can't hold on to it. Oh, man. Richards couldn't hold on to it. Fired that car in. The rear wheels got on to that slippery edge of the outside of the circuit. And he turned it around. Oh, man. What a shame. Look at this. We go back to the replay. Big flick across the track. Look how fast Richards is. Fires in, wheels. Yeah, there was unforced error there from Ali Maxid. Richards was already over-rotating. And Martin Richards just got that little final nudge from Ali Maxid as Ali Maxid takes away a piece of that body kit. Well, the whole front bumper, in fact, of that R32 Nissan Skyline wedged in the wheel and under the side skirt. Ah, man, what a shame. Both guys make it off the track. Back towards the start line. And as we can see, our marshal's just trying to remove that front bumper. So there we go, you can see that's the remains of the front bumper off that Driftworks Nissan Skyline R32. Now, Martin Richards on the other side of the circuit talking to officials. And you can see Ali Maxid there, not looking too fussed, thinks the car may be okay to continue on. He's going to head back towards the start line. So Ali Maxid just going to drive the car around a little bit. Looks like Martin Richards potentially called a 5-minute rule. We'll see how that one plays out. Wow, what a turn of events there. I told you it was going to get hot and heavy. Richards was going for it gung-ho, no messing around. I can see him back in the paddock. He's pitted right next to the pit exit. So Richards back in, going to get that car looked at before he takes it back down and tries to complete another run. Yes, so for you guys at home, I'm having a conversation with Gwyn, who sat next to me doing his Ukrainian live stream to a huge audience. In my opinion, Richards was just going way too quick. He got his wheels over the white line, he got on that dusty, cold part of the circuit and just over-rotated. Yeah. Yeah, of course. There was nowhere for Ali Maxid to go. Ali Maxid was full throttle. The only place for him to go was into Richards. Of course, he was further on the inside of the circuit because he was on the right line. So, yeah, Martin Richards again gets the car offline and causes himself a little fallen fate. So there we go. That's my take on things. Obviously, yours is different, but hey, this is the sport of drifting where a lot of people have different opinions, and it is a subjective sport. So we'll wait to see what's happening if we're going to move it along. Obviously, we do have the the second half of the Shahani Chihab battle. You can see Maxid down in the pits now. Guys checking the car over, making sure just a little bit of cosmetic damage, maybe nothing else too serious. Bagsy in the background checking out the competition. And staying well away from the pits of Martin Richards at the moment is Bagsy, because I can imagine Martin Richards is throwing a few wheels and tyres around, some tools possibly, in anger. So, we are waiting to find out whether we're going to continue with the second half of this battle. Both guys, by the looks of things, well, Maxid gets an allotted amount of time to work on his car because the damage caused to it wasn't at fault of his own. It was obviously caused by the over-rotation of Richards. So there we go. Maxid makes his way back to the start line. Richards will be on that 5-minute rule. Will he get the car done in time? Well, we're about to find out, because we're going to keep that camera down the back end of the circuit. Lavrovsky's team there. And Maxid's car taking a bit of a battering this weekend. Contact with the wall, bent the rear wheel, and now contact with Richards. Taking a battering and a bruising. So it does look like Chihab's car is ready to rock and roll as well. You see him edging his way back towards the start line. You can see Ali Maxid getting backed up. So it looks like potentially we're going to move on forward with the Shahani Chihab battle. Well, as you can see, almost full capacity here this weekend. 70% capacity to comply with local restrictions in Oman. And everyone come out to enjoy round 2 of the 2022 Oman International Drift Championship. And these guys were set for a pretty hot and heavy top 16. It's been pretty eventful so far. As we can see now, this is the hold up in the track. A little bit of oil down potentially, a little bit of water down from that contact with the front of Richards' car. There we go. You can see in the paddock, Richards at the wheel, Bagsy's crew down there, Martin's crew down there trying to get that car fixed and ready to go. It looks like maybe a power steering cooler gone. You could see Richards trying to bleed that situation up. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, tracking plates are out. So here we go. Look, we can get down there and get in the business end of thing. You can see the whole team of Richards is down there. They're having to put a front wheel off of Bagsy's PS13 onto the front of Richards' car. So that has done some serious damage and obviously broken the power steering cooler or a line, and the guys are trying to get it repaired. Start line still sits empty at the moment as Ali Maxid's team just do some more cosmetic repairs to the front end of that Toyota GT86. And this is what I'm talking about when I say to cool the cars down. You can see the guy with the water bottle sprayer there just hosing down the intercooler. Intake temps today on some of these cars were over 30 degrees in the heat. Look at the frantically putting the bonnet on Richards' car. The official there talking to Sam, Bagsy's mechanic. And Martin and Sam worked together for many years before Sam left Richards' team. Now look at that, yeah, and them saying, look, car's done, hands off, clock stopped, looked like they had minutes to go, and Bagsy's front spare wheel now residing on the front of Martin Richards' Nissan Skyline. Well, these guys will beg, steal and borrow just to get themselves back on track. Maxid gets a signal, fire up the car, it's go time. He has a huge, huge benefit going into the second half of this battle. Richards sitting with a 10-0. How is that car going to drive? Is the offset of the wheel the same? Is everything going to be all good on Martin Richards' car? You can see a lot of hustle and bustle down here in the paddock trying to make sure he's all good to go. And the officials still talking to Sam. So not sure what is happening.
never see me coming, I'm a landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like, yeah, you about to see me on demand like, you know I'm the man. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream that was coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out.
So there we go, ladies and gentlemen, a little impromptu commercial break. I wasn't expecting that, as you could probably well tell. Here we go, though, back on the start line. It is going to be Mohammed Chihab to take on Tariq Al-Shahani. Shahani now in the background, warming up the tyres. As Chihab sits on the line now. Chihab, massive straight and didn't initiate, got towed off track. What was the issue with that car? Was it fixable? Well, you'd like to think so. Or have those guys just managed to get it back together enough to compete a run? Well, we are going to find out. Start line goes amber, goes green, and Mohammed Chihab comes flying down. Whoa, big flick, fires the back end of that C6 Corvette in Shahani's face. Shahani goes way off track. Now Shahani's playing catch up. Shahani plays catch up now. As Chihab fires that car left to right, drops a wheel on the edge of the circuit, fires it back now. Tariq Al-Shahani goes for it again. Oh! And Chihab shuts it down and takes contact from Shahani. Well, what an interesting turn of events. How does this one play out? We will find out. I mean, it should come down. Yeah, I mean, what is next? What is next? Who knows what is next? That's right, Grinya. Look at this. Now, Tariq, 3 wheels off track, straightens, puts a wheel on the inside. Then, I mean, we go back to the old school rules of what was, you know, it was the fault first. For me, Tariq Al-Shahani, did he score a 0? That's what you ask. Was it a 0? A prolonged amount of straightening, judges said, was a few car lengths. Now, was it enough for the judges to deem Tariq? No, they didn't. They've made a decision. Tariq Al-Shahani gets the win. Chihab is out, and Shahani gets the win. Wow, what a turn of events there. Tariq Al-Shahani finds himself in the Grade 8. Well, who will he be battling? Will it be Martin Richards? Will it be Ali Maxid? Right now, Martin Richards sits with a 10-0. Oh, there we go. So, Chihab waiting to get evicted from the track, throws his hands in the air, dips his head in disappointment as Chihab's car just has had enough. Where was we going? Richards versus Maxid. Richards right now sits with that 10-0 deficit. I mean, is that car 100%? Probably not. Is it going to be enough for Richards to make it round and hope that Ali Maxid makes a mistake? That is exactly what will be on the faults of all of the Team UK out there in the paddock. So we can hear Ali Maxid warm up the tyres on the back of that 2JZ powered Toyota GT86. Richards will enter the arena and get the same opportunity. And Ali Maxid right now. We'll be thinking, this is it. This is the weekend when the Middle East take back the crown. This is the weekend where the Middle East step up and push some of these international drivers out. There we go. Richards, battered and bruised, pulls to the start line. Car looks good to go for Richards. You can see him like testing the steering there. So start line marshal on the radio. He's going to wait to get Chihab's car removed from the circuit. They got that hooked up. He's literally only got to be going 10 foot out and we are safe to run. And as soon as he is clear of the circuit, and there we go. Well, how is this one going to play out? Who knows? It's been fireworks already. Thumbs up all round. Light goes amber. Richards doesn't jump. Goes on the green light. Both front wheels on Richards' car are off of Bagsy's PS13. Big clutch kick across the track. Nice initiation. Oh, Richards repays the favour. Doors Maxi. Pushes him around. Says, you want to hit me? I'll hit you, buddy. They go deep on the outside zone. Transition back. Richards is wedged on the inside. Well, well, well. What is going on here now? So Richards has stopped. Let's take a look back at the replay. Through the gears comes Maxid. Richards, nice initiation, fires that car in. I thought it was both front wheels. It wasn't. It's just one front wheel. Richards on and off a throttle. Maxi deep in outside zone. Camera just a second. I mean, I'm going to call that as Richards impeding the lead car. And as much as it pains me to say that, that's pretty much where I'm at with that. Well, both guys out of the car, having a laugh, chatting to each other. Judges want to see it from an alternative angle, potentially. Was Maxi off throttle on the contact? No, he wasn't. Just a little bit overheated. Or was he off throttle? Was he off throttle? That's what the judges are trying to look at. They're trying to see the rear wheels of Ali Maxi's GT86 to see if he was on throttle. Well, there we go. Both guys out of the car. Martin Richards had one hell of a ride so far today. So has Ali Maxid. How does this one play out? Could this be a one more time? Wouldn't surprise me if the judges gave these two guys some time to cool down, get themselves sorted and go at it again. Ali Maxid, though, you can see that rear wheel taken a beating. Gained some serious camber and toe out on that rear wheel. Took some serious damage on. So no decision from the judges as of yet. The technicalities coming into form now. Martin Richards seems to be getting himself in trouble every single event at the OIDC 2022. Oh, the weight is absolutely painful right now. What are the judges thinking? What's going through their minds? What's going through your mind? I know what I'd like to see. I'd like to see it one more time. That's where I'm at with it. I'd like to see it one more time. I'd like to see these two guys go at it again. You know, get back in the paddock, clear the air, get the cars repaired. End of the battles, get them done. Alternative angle coming up. Ali Maxid, or off for braking. Braking caused the hit. Now, was that the hit that caused the damage? But what was the deal with the transition where the last hit was made? Look at that, off throttle braking. Oh, I'm going to class Ali Maxida's fault for that bit. So where does that leave the judges? Fireworks. Everyone in the room is speechless. No one knows what's going on. Been an incredible round so far. And things are only going to heat up. One more round left after this. Next weekend we do it all again. Round 3 of the 2022 OIDC season. We will crown a champion of the 2022 season next weekend. Who will it be? Well, Clint Van Oort is the only man to take top step on the podium at the moment. Top points carrier. Look at this alternative angle once again. Off throttle braking. Wow. Maxide, nowhere to hide. Cameras are everywhere, buddy. Now what happens here? Oh, he understeers. Now you couldn't see that on the other camera view. So there we go. Ali Maxide at fault, Martin Richards at fault. I'm going to say this is going to go one more time. Yeah, look at this. Watch, look, off throttle braking. Watch the understeer. Oh, you can't see it. They changed the camera view too quick. Off throttle braking, 110%, no messing around. There is no way to get away from it. And then I didn't see the understeer because of this camera view. As he comes round, you only catch the back of the car. On the other camera view, it was quite apparent that the car caught understeer in the middle of the circuit and he had to straighten. Well, there we go. One more time. I mean, I'm getting better at this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm slowly getting there, but it's a one more time. Let's take a deep breath and hope that we get a clean battle out of them. That means we are going to move it along to the next battle of our top 16, and we will start on the opposite side of the bracket. It will be Ahmed Daham to take on Riyad Al-Masali. But first, oh, so the crew are already absolutely on it, and they have got Ali Maxide's car. Ali Maxide's car is off of track. So Maxide's car off the circuit. That means we're clear to go. Daham to take on Mabsali. Sorry, a lot going on in this commentary booth. There's 2 other commentators, some officials, and plenty of people that want to find out what's going on, but we don't even know ourselves at this point of the day. Here we go. All I do know is Ahmed Daham, Red Bull, the man that has taken himself all around the world with his drifting career, an incredible driver and an incredible young man. Representing the Jordan, Daham pulls to the line, S14, now 2JZ, 700 horsepower without the nitrous. With the nitrous, add another 200 and, well, you know what you get. Riyad Al-Mabsali, though, out of nowhere today, stepped up the A game, put in a killer chase, but can he stick it to Daham? Daham's car is on rails, super quick, starting to get that consistency. He didn't have it yesterday, but now starting to pick it up, starting to find his feet on this circuit. Is the track where it was earlier for his top 32 battle? Who knows? Our officials are ready to rock and roll all around the room. Judges look like they're ready to go. And we await for them to get their thumbs up. You can see Daham ready to slot that car into gear. There we go. Bangs that car into gear. Thumbs up all round. Light goes amber. Green is go. Daham hot out the gates, smoking the tyre straight away. Riyad Al-Mabsali on the inside. Oh, contact. Oh, Mabsali pushes Daham off the circuit. Daham, a seasoned pro, keeps himself in it. Mabsali sets up the steering wheel, gets himself back into the flow of things, transitions through the smoke, looks for the side of that S14. Just can't get there, though, as Daham puts foot to floor, evades the outside zone, knows he needs to be in it to get that perfect line into that final outside zone. Daham looks for the transition. Nicely done. Riyad Al-Mabsali, though, in the middle of the circuit. Too much angle. He's going to sacrifice all the line as Daham finishes up the run. Look at this. Daham absolutely flying. Took the damage. Look at that front wheel wobble knocked the steering wheel clearly out of Daham's hand. He gets himself back into it though. Ahmed Daham, a strong contender. I thought he maybe would have damaged some steering components, but Daham stays in it. Riyad Al-Masali though just can't hang with Daham as Daham puts foot to floor and tries to pull away from Riyad Al-Masali. Nicely done for Daham. Nice setup there. You can see the flames erupting underneath the car from that external wastegate, and maybe some steering issues are appearing there for Daham. Does he need to call a 5-minute rule? Yeah. Yeah. I think he's going to have to call a 5-minute rule. Just talking to my fellow commentator next to me, that the hit on the steering wheel pulled the wheel out of his hand. I'm pretty sure that Daham just done all that work with maybe a bent tie rod. Pretty simple change, but it will require a 5-minute rule for Daham. So no cars back on the line as of yet. Are we going to need a 5-minute rule? Definitely getting hot and heavy here in Muscat in Oman. So no word of yet what is going on. And no cars in the paddock or the tyre warming area. So we are trying to find out where they've gone. Are they talking to officials? Well, radio silence at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. No word from anyone. Just another look at the replay. Watch the wheel in Daham's hand as he gets hit. Bam! Pulls it backwards, grabs a hold of it, and says, "No, let's just keep going." All the alternative angles that our judges are looking for. Well, not sure what the judges are trying to look for there, or if our replay team are just having some fun with the equipment. And still no cars on the line, so we are waiting to find out. And here we go, a little look into what's going on. You can see down there in the paddock the team trying to get Daham's car done. Benedict Gerber down there talking the officials, and that car jacked up, definitely bent a tie rod. So nervous waiting. You can see Daham telling his team to stop for the moment. So not sure quite what is going on there. And why he's told the team to stop. So not sure what the situation is, or maybe slowed down. Yeah, so there we go. A bent steering arm. And the team struggling to remove the steering arm, most probably from the rack spacer. Or undo the steering rod end. And you can see that bent steering arm in their hand. So there you go, look at the end of it bent. So Daham finished up the run with that steering all over the show. Incredible talent, incredible driver. And now Daham and his team trying to get that car fixed, back together again. Let's see if they can get it done in time to run the second half of the battle. Now, it is quite important that these guys have to fix the car and get out and do the second half of the battle. Although technicalities do arise, they're ugly heads, because technically, if Daham couldn't finish the battle, he would get the win because he was hit by Riyad. but he could not continue on in competition, which means, yes, he would get the win and advance into the Great 8, but he wouldn't be able to go any further than the Great 8, even if he got the car fixed. So this is why you see the guys panicking so much, trying to get the car fixed, trying to get them back out. And we're going to move it along to the next battle of the evening. It will be Andreas Vasiliaskas to take on Rostislav Rarachowski. So Rarachowski in the background warming up his tyres. Andreas Vasiliaskas sits on the line. Now, two very, very fast cars. A lot of guys commenting on how quick Rarachowski is around the circuit. 2JZ powered Toyota GT86 S55 turbo powered E92 BMW. Vasiliaskas to take on Rarachowski. Now, last time we see Rarachowski in action, he buried that car into the wall after contact with Hussein Musulmani. Let's hope he gets a clean one this time. Anti-leg going. These guys no messing around. Through and down they come, slamming through the gears. Vasiliaskas flicks that car left to right. Rarachowski goes for a big flick but can't make it work now. Loses a little ground, shallows up the angle, tries to get on the inside of the circuit. Vasiliaskas fires big angle at it as he transitions now into the outside zone. Rarachowski finds himself lost on the inside edge again of the circuit. Once again, shallows up, looks for the front wheel. Rarachowski playing with danger, nosing that GT86 onto the door of Vasiliaskas' BMW as he transitions once again into this outside zone. Rarachowski gives him the room to manoeuvre, backs it in and nudges the front. Wow! Well, what a battle that was. Just take a look at this incredible stuff from Rarachowski and Vasiliaskas. Vasiliaskas pretty much not a foot wrong in that lead position. Rarachowski taking a few little mistakes here and there, but the proximity, the dives, the show of brilliance, absolutely incredible from Rarachowski. And look at this at the end, stamps his exclamation mark on it by giving him a nudge on the front wheel. Nicely done from Rarachowski. So Rarachowski makes his way back to the line, and now we don't have a Vasiliaskas. Here we go. Didn't think I could deal with any more competition timeouts, 5-minute rules or breakdowns, but hey, I'm going to have to get used to it because this competition I don't think is going to be short of much more of that. Here we go, back on the line. Thumbs up all round, button gets pressed. Rarachowski to lead out Vasiliaskas. They traded paint on the first run. Will Vasiliaskas repay the favour? He's already trying to, but he's initiated in the middle of the circuit. He's already going to start losing ground, but Rarachowski on the inside, shortcutting the track, goes wide now, starts to come down towards the wall. Short falls again on the outside zone. Rarachowski shortcutting the track. This is not a clean lead. Rarachowski not giving Vasiliaskas the opportunity to get up close and personal as Rarachowski pulls away massively from Vasiliaskas in the outside zone. Big transition coming up now for both of these guys as Vasiliaskas throws his hands up and says, I'm not going to even try to get close. Rarachowski, well, looked impressive, but look at this, out of the outside zone, shortcutting the track, drops a wheel on the outside edge of the track, evades that clipping point. Little dab of the foot brake on the transition to keep things under control. Transitions back once again. You can see this does get into that outside zone, does fulfill it. Pulls some nice ground on Vasiliaskas, but this transition, once again, short falls, doesn't get deep into the zone, doesn't get close to the wall, and that's how he managed to escape the grip of Vasiliaskas. How will the judges see that one? Not a good lead, but a pretty good chase from Rarachowski. But then no proximity from Vasiliaskas, but a nice lead. Well, we're about to find out. Who's going to take it through to the Grade 8? No one from this side of the bracket yet has had a decision to make it through. Will it be Lavrovsky or will it be Vasiliaskas? And we await the official decision from our judges. And Lavrovsky, probably the fastest man on the property right now. Vasiliaskas' car is incredibly quick. Well, this one, judges deliberating it. Oh, and there we go. Vasiliaskas gets the win. Vasiliaskas gets the win. Lavrovsky out. It's going to come down to the nice lead line from Vasiliaskas. And unfortunately, the poor lead from Lavrovsky, although Vasiliaskas failed to chase him or have much proximity, was still on a nicer chase line, and that's what the judges will be looking at. So there we go. So Vasiliaskas moves through into the Grade 8, the first person in this half of the bracket to get through. Gunya doesn't look too... yeah, I'm going to say the chase was good from Lavrovsky, but the lead line from Lavrovsky was terrible. So break it down, lead to lead, chase to chase. The technicalities. We're moving it along, though. We're not messing around now. We go back. We go back to the start line where we go head-to-head. Bagsy to take on Sebastian Fontaine. Here we go. Bagsy lights up the tyre straight away. Fontaine hungry. He knows Bagsy, third step on the podium at round one. Can he do it again? Look at this. Bagsy right to the edge of the circuit, holds on to it. Wow, what a line from Bagsy. Incredible stuff. Fontaine right with him, though, nosing that BMW right up onto the front wheel. Fontaine is hungry as he found a little fortune. Wow, the transition from Fontaine was insane, but he's made a mistake and shuts it down. Fontaine shuts it down. Bagsy absolutely nails it to the outside line, foot flat to the floor. And Sebastian Fontaine pulls that car off track. What is going on in Oman? Wow. Look at this. Bagsy, man possessed this weekend. He's had a bit of taste of that podium and he knows what it feels like. He wants it again. Look at that lead line. Dancing with the devil right there as Bagsy keeps it pinned to the outside line nicely onto the wall. Fontaine is a man possessed. Look at the front wheel hopping off the tarmac, comes back into it, nothing. Nothing left. Car stops absolutely dead and Fontaine rolls to a stop right on the exit of the track. Bagsy just keeps himself in it, finishes up the run nicely, gets himself deep into the outside zone. Very nice from Bagsy. Well, Bagsy goes over to see if Fontaine is good, if he needs anything, if he can be of any help. And you can see him making his way back to the start line now. So, Bagsy being ordered to stop there before entering the start line. And our marshals are currently out on track. So hopefully we can get a camera in the paddock and find out what's going on. Yet again, this half of the bracket is playing havoc. So there we go. Bagsy being told that... Oh, so there we go. It looks like Sebastian Fontaine bows out of competition. Bagsy pulls into the chase half. I think Bagsy's going to go for a run. I think Bagsy's going to go for a run and get that seat time. If Sebastian Fontaine says, no, I'm out, Bagsy gets the opportunity. He can either run or not run and take the car back to the paddock, or he can run. So not quite sure what's going on. Doesn't look like Sebastian Fontaine is going to make it back to the start line. If the light goes green and Bagsy's door slams shut and he leaves, then we know exactly what's happened. We know that it will be Sebastian Fontaine bailing out of competition. But we are yet to find out. As Bagsy sits under the lights in Oman in the Monster Energy ST Suspension PS13. supercharged Chevrolet LSX underneath the bonnet, 454 cubic inches. Ready to unleash 700 horsepower through those rear wheels. Well, it is a mess in that paddock, if I say so myself. There are a lot of broken cars, broken hearts, and damaged parts. As we can see, Daham's team working on the car, Gerber's car team cooling down the car, Martin Richards patiently waiting for his one more time battle with Ali Maksid. Oh, and there's Sebastian Fontaine. There is it. That tells the tale of exactly what's going on. Sebastian Fontaine, overalls down, out of the car, no car in sight. So I'm going to go ahead and say, I think that this is it. I think Bagsy's took the win. Yeah, look at this, not even trying to work on the car. And the crew looking a little dejected. And there we go, you can see the marshal get the signal from the crew in the pits. Oh man, what a year for Sebastian Fontaine so far. 2019, this guy was absolutely phenomenal here in Oman. Stuck it to the best with James Dean multiple times. And then comes back for 2022, just can't seem to get a break. There we go, Bagsy comes off the line. He's not going to complete a run, he's just going to do a small parade lap and take that car back to the paddock. That means, ladies and gentlemen, we do need to make it official. There we go, Bagsy gets the win, advances through to the Grade 8. This could be the season for Bagsy. Bagsy gets the win, advances through to the Grade 8. So see Sebastian Fontaine there just taking a look at a bit of the footage, and you know what, he would be absolutely heartbroken because the chase was on point up until that point, and the car just letting him down this weekend. So we're waiting to find out what is the next battle. Will it be the second half of the run between Daham and Masali? Will it be the complete run of Timo Lipsky to take on Clint Van Oort? Or will it be the one more time battle of Martin Richards and Ali Maksid? Well, whatever car pulls on the line first, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be able to tell you. Until that point, I know as much as you do. So there we go, I can confirm it will be the last battle in our top 16 bracket, technically, but not completely. Timo Lipsky, the hottest property in Ukrainian drifting, to take on Clint Van Oort. Big one, this one. Clint Van Oort took top step on the podium at round one. He said he hates qualifying. He just doesn't get enough practice he doesn't get enough seat time in practice to learn the track. He said it takes him a while to adapt, a while to learn the track and how to set the car up and how to adjust. He said the only way I get there is by doing battles. Battles is when I come alive. But right now, Timo Lipsky is an incredible young man, 15 years old. He is the next biggest thing to come out of Europe, apparently. Well, tonight's the night to prove it, young man. Representing Ukraine to take on the Netherlands. Clint Van Oort wants to get the win again. He wants the championship in the bag. Both these guys ready to rock and roll. We await to get that all clear, that all good thumbs up. And there we go. Thumbs up, both sides, buttons pressed. Clint Van Oort, will he take the opportunity to jump? Starts to creep, doesn't go for it though. Light goes green. Timo Lipsky, foot flat to the floor. Clint Van Oort goes for the back bumper. Nice initiation though from the young Ukrainian as he falls out of the outside zone. Needs to get himself back into it. Judges will be very heavily scoring him on this lead line, but Clint Van Oort finds the door, looks for it through the transition in the smoke. Nice manoeuvre from Van Oort, and once again on the switchback. Clint Van Oort, a man possessed as he finds the front wheel of Timo Lipsky's BMW pushes him wide though. Was there contact? It looked like there were contact. Now the wheel's on fire. The car is on fire of Clint Van Ort. Watch this. Wow, incredible stuff. Nice initiation from Timo Lipsky. Gets that car dialed in, does fall out the outside zone, picks it back up again though. Judge will be looking there. But Clint Van Ort way down on the inside edge of the circuit. Nice transition back as he fire through the centre section. Nice transition from Clint Van Ort. Look at this though. Does he go too aggressive? Does he go for the front wheel? Yeah, he does go for the front wheel. And then watch the front wheel, the left front wheel of Clint Van Ort's car. Ready? Boom. Look at this. Oh, it's where he's locking up the front wheel on the foot brake. Wow, incredible. Looked like there was fire coming from the wheel. We've got fire from wheels, cars going off track, guys hitting guys. This is not a clean affair this weekend here in Oman. They're getting hot and heavy. So Timo Lipsky now pulls back to the paddock, out of the car, calls a 5-minute rule. Oh, now he's asking if it's a competition timeout. So Timo Lipsky being pulled away from the officials to find out, is it a competition timeout? Does he have a bent steering arm? Steering, yeah, we're going to run out of steering arms. You're right, Grinja. There's going to be no steering arms left in the Middle East at this rate because these guys are not messing around. So Grinja pointing out a pretty good fact there that there's going to be no steering arms left available to buy. So here we go. You can see scenes in the grandstand. Everybody enjoying the view so far and enjoying tonight's action. What is going on in the Timo Lipsky paddock area? Is there a discussion whether this was forced? Now, this will be a replay for the judges to deem who is at fault for Timo Lipsky going off track. They will try now to determine whether Clint Van Ort did hit Lipsky or whether he took himself off the circuit. Here we go. Oh, shame we couldn't stay on that view for longer. It's so hard to see, but it does upset the front end of Clint Van Ort's car as well at the same time. I'm really not sure. I'm really not sure. The problem is the drone shot was so far away that it wasn't possible to see. Clint Van Ort gets instructed to jump straight back into the car. And Clint Van Ort gets himself back in the car and strapped in. It does maybe appear that they are ready to go. Now, whether they deemed Clint at fault will be a different situation. So here we go, yet again, another camera angle. So judges won't let this one go until they know exactly what went on. But once again, as I've said earlier this evening, a few times, in my opinion and from my experience, I would say that Timo Lipsky was not necessarily hit, but the steering wheel maybe just touched. Yeah, you see the front bumper flex. There's 100% some contact there, and maybe it snatched the steering wheel out of Timo's hands. And that caused him to go off track. But drivers were told in the briefing as well, if you do get hit and it's enough that you feel you can control it, don't dive like a footballer, because they will penalise you. If they feel like the contact wasn't enough to send you off track, they will penalise you as a lead driver. So here we go. Watch the front bumper. Yeah, it's a hefty little whack, to be fair. And on the front wheel, a front wheel to front wheel will be enough to pull the steering wheel out your hands and unsettle your nerves. And being a 15-year-old young man, I don't suppose it's much to unsettle his nerves, especially at this stage in the game, fighting for a spot in the Great 8 and fighting for a spot to battle Bagsy for the final 4. Whoever wins this will battle Bagsy for a spot in the final four. Clint Van Ort's car now at least 2 foot shorter than it was from the factory. Hardly any body panels left on this S14. So Clint Van Ort to lead. Timur Lipsky to give chase. A lot of officials down there on the circuit. Are they happy to let him run? Well, the officials are quite clearly discussing possibly the condition of Clint Van Ort's car. Before they let him run. Yeah, they're stopping the car from running at the moment by standing in front of it. So the officials are talking amongst themselves. Now, I can only assume it's possibly to do with the condition of Clint Van Ort's car and who was at fault. So it does look like they stuck a 5-minute rule sticker on Timur Lipsky's car, deeming that he was not forced off track. We'll find out more in a minute. Let's get this second half of the battle underway. Whoa, plows the cones down like a snow plough does Timur Lipsky. Initiates early though, fires himself into it. Nice job, Clint Van Ort way out of the outside zone, hurting his line. Lipsky looks for the door, or what's left of the rear quarter panel right now as he transitions through the smoke on the inside of the circuit. Clint Van Ort desperate to evade the young Ukrainian driver. Oh, Van Ort in the wall! Van Ort in the wall and makes contact with Timur Lipsky. What is going on in Oman this weekend? I just do not even know. Let's take a look back at this. Timur Lipsky plows through the cones, aggressive initiation, very deep on that first clipping point. Falls out the outside zone to gain proximity with Clint Van Ort, but Van Ort way offline. Way offline. Now this could come down to a factor of if Clint Van Ort goes through or not. Clint Van Ort so far offline there. Does he arrive to the wall early? He does make contact and sparks underneath that BMW. He does make contact with the wall, which forces Lipsky to hit him. Did he arrive to the wall too early, and was that the cause for the contact? Because Clint is way off that qualifying line. That's what the judges are now going to be looking at. So there we go. Oh, and a snapped rear arm for Clint Van Ort. Finished the run with a snapped toe arm. You can see it hanging down underneath the car there. The toe arm completely snapped off. And Clint Van Ort's car taking a battering this weekend. Here we go. Who's going to be the winner? Will it be Ukraine? Will it be the Netherlands? Well, it looks like it could be Ukraine. Yeah, Timur Lipsky gets the win. And Clint Van Ort off that line knocks himself out of competition. Timur Lipsky will be battling Bagsy for a spot in the final four. This young guy starting to make a real big name for himself. Maybe not in the cleanest way at the moment, but he's definitely getting there. Well, 2 more battles to fulfill. Richards versus Maxi, Daham versus Masali. So, who is up next? Will it be Daham Masali? The second half of that run, Masali hitting Daham in the first half of the run, causing damage to the steering arm, and Daham being awarded the competition timeout times to fix that car and get it ready for action. Or will it be the one more time between Martin Richards and Ali Maxid? Richards putting in a spin back end of the circuit, Maxid having to hit him, no way he could avoid it, and then on Maxid's lead. Maxid off throttle, braking in a full throttle zone, caused Richards to hit him, and then understeered through the centre of the circuit, causing Richards to once again hit him. Both cars taking a few heavy blows. Those guys getting the opportunity to go one more time, get a clean battle done to see who will come out on top. So it will be the second half of the Daham Riyad Al-Masali battle. So Riyad Al-Masali pulls up to the line. Ahmed Daham in the background warms up the tyres on the back of that Red Bull S14. And there we go, both cars on the line, ready to rock and roll. Daham just gets himself in a bit of a better position, moves the car over so he can angle himself nicer down the track to get himself a nice run in for that initiation. Daham looking cool, calm and collected. That front wheel dented already, the car's battered and bruised this year. Here we go, through the gears, Riyad Al-Mabsali fires in, nice initiation. Daham keeps his cool, stays away, knows he has a huge advantage coming into this one. Daham starts to hunt down Mabsali. Mabsali goes 2 wheels off track. Oh, throws in a spin. Mabsali puts the car into a spin, and Daham says, job done. So there we go. Ahmed Daham finishes up the run. He gets it done nice and easy. Riyad Al-Mabsali just couldn't hang the pressure. Getting all too much. No, Martin Richards and Ali Maxid one more time. So there we go. No, a spin for Riyad Al-Mabsali. Takes himself out of competition. 2 mistakes in that battle, enough to take himself out. And here we go, decisions in. An easy one for the judges this time around. Ahmed Daham gets the win and advances through into the Great 8. So one more battle left to go to decide our Great 8 of round 2, and it will be Martin Richards to take on Ali Maxid.
خلونا نعرج كذا على السريع بمشاركة طبعا العمانيين في رالي قطر الدولي هذه الايام. المشاركة الجميلة طبعا لابطالنا طبعا محمد وهيبي، عبد الله الرواحي وزكريا العوفي في طبعا رالي قطر الدولي، بعد ما شاهدنا طبعا رالي عمان سبحان الزوج اللي يقيم قبل اسبوع تقريبا هنا طبعا في محافظتي مسقط وجنوب الباطن و العامري عفوا.
Well, here we go. Cars enter the tyre warming area, and it will be the car of Martin Richards, the higher qualifier to lead our Ali Maxid. So Richards warms up the tyres on the front of that Nissan Skyline R32 Driftworks liveried. And we now wait for Ali Maxid. Hopefully these two guys can get a nice clean battle. No foul play this time between the two heroes in their own right.
كل التوفيق للمسابقين طبعا العمانيين نرجع نشوف المواجهه التاليه.
So no Ali Maxid at the moment. Not sure what's going on. Ali Makseed failing to come to the line. Martin Richards sitting on the line, ready to rock and roll. Car ready. Richards in the zone, but no Ali Makseed. So will Makseed and the crew get the car done and to the line? He will only have an allotted amount of time left to get back to the start line. Before the officials do disqualify him. So we patiently wait for Ali Makseed to make his way to the line to chase down Richards for the final spot in the Great 8. And no word just of yet what is going on. So well, what a turn of events so far. Martin Richards sits on the line ready to go. No Ali Makseed. And there is only going to be so long the officials are going to wait for Makseed to make his way out to warm his tyres up and back out onto the circuit before he will be disqualified. So a long patient wait maybe, or a short quick decision from the judges and the officials. Well, there we go. Scenes from the pits. Makseed's car in his paddock, still being frantically worked on. So we are not sure what the situation is at the moment. Makseed is in the car. He's being told to go, being waved backwards. Was there damage on that car that the team didn't see before? Yeah, look at this. I can see duct tape on the intercooler. Looks like Ali Makseed's car has got a damaged intercooler and the guys have just tried to seal it the best they can. I'm not sure if duct tape's going to do the job, to be quite honest with you, with the amount of boost that 2JZ's running. But, hey, we'll find out. And in the time of panic, you just try to survive, I guess. So, here we go. Marshall's checking the tyres to make sure his car is complying with the rules and regulations. And then he will be sent to the start line, or to the tyre warming area, and then to the start line. I'm not quite sure what the hold-up is now. Martin Richards is going to want to re-warm his tyres after waiting for this long now. I can almost guarantee it. So Makseed still sitting in the paddock, not moving. Yeah, and there we go. Look, Martin Richards being offered the opportunity first to re-warm his tyres, which is correct because Martin Richards is obviously the higher qualifier, fifth place in qualifying. So Martin Richards will warm his tyres first. Ali Makseed will then be invited into the area to warm his tyres and then make his way to the start line, as you can see in the background. So all fair for Martin Richards, and doesn't take too long, gets the job done nice and quickly, and Makseed sent into the arena to warm his tyres. Is this car going to hold together? Is any of these cars going to hold together? Tonight has been a war of nutrition. Driver, mentally, physically, car, physically. Can they survive? It will be whoever can survive this round of competition. I have never seen so much devastation at one round of the Oman International Drift Championship. These guys have been going at it today. No messing around whatsoever. Richards on the line. Maxide warms up the tyres. This is it, the one more time battle. And I can already see the duct tape blowing off the intercooler. Oh, purges the nitrous. Well, not sure what's going on there. Looked like Maxide just needed to purge the nitrous maybe, or he's having some issues. But I can already see the duct tape flapping around on that intercooler. Will it hold together? Who knows? Is that what's holding the car together? Possibly. Ali Maxide to chase down Martin Richards. This is it. The final spot in the Great 8 awaits. These guys are not messing around anymore. Business, it's on. Light goes green. Richards through the cones, down through the gears. Richards means it. These two cars, battered, bruised, look like Mad Max as they slam through the throttle into that outside zone. Maxide not in it. Maxide nowhere near Richards at the moment. Richards throws the smoke in his face. Big transition from Maxide as he tries to find the door of Richards. Driftworks Nissan Skyline on the foot brake goes Driffords in that outside zone. Richards is not messing around, but Maxide is with him the whole way as Richards fires up the smoke. Maxide goes for the door and makes a big error. Both guys fall out of that outside zone and across the line. Wow, 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 wow. Look at this. Two Mad Max looking cars going head to head in the arena. As Ali Maxide gets nearly all of that GT86 in that outside zone, but no proximity. Richards is flying at this point, but look at this dive from Maxide. Little dab of the foot brake, gets himself deep into the zone, deep back into it again. Richards is not messing around. He is absolutely pinned as he puts that Skyline right where it needs to be. Maxide is with him, but then he pulls a gap. Bam! Big dive from Maxide. He scares himself, though, and I think he scared Richards. Richards evaded that final outside zone. Job done, though. Clean run. No one hurt. Where do we go? Back on the start line they are. The light is red. Judges want to see an alternative look at the view of something. Not sure what they're looking for here. So, judges just taking a look at the replay. Not sure what's going on. Maybe a little bit of foul play at the back end of the circuit. No, both fair enough. You know, both left foot braking, keeping the back ends of those cars in those outside zones. Maybe they were looking to see if there was contact there. I don't think there was any contact made on this run. I think Maxide and Richards just maybe scared themselves in the outside zone. So there we go. There's that run and a replay of the same view again for the judges. Maybe see something that I didn't first catch when I was in the heat of the moment. Big handbrake drag there for Maxide as he fired down to the door. Not sure why Richards didn't get into that zone. Not sure what was going on. Nevertheless, back on the start line they are. Richards in chase position. Ali Maxide to lead. Looks like maybe our judges are ready to go. They've seen what they need to see. There we go, thumbs up. And we are clear to go. Amber light, green light, go. Maxide through the cones, down. Richards this time straight as an arrow. Little wobble, tries to evade the back end, that GT86. Oh, and Richards hits him again. Richards hits him again. Oh, man. Ah. Martin Richards. But look, was Maxide decelerating again? Was Maxide off throttle? That's what the judges are going to want to see. They're going to want to see a replay of this. Look at this. Right, take a look at the screen. Was Maxide accelerating in a full throttle zone? Nice foot brake. Oh, I don't know, you know. It happened too quick. We need to slow it down a little bit so we can see. I mean, Ali Mekseed right now is saying to Martin Richards, bro, you've took more hits at my car than Mike Tyson's took to the chin in the last 20 years. Here we go. Ali Mekseed does a really weird thing there, and I'm going to kind of call him out a little bit on it there. He kind of lifts off throttle, lets the car settle, but rides the foot brake before he gets back on full throttle. It's full throttle. This is a full throttle zone from initiation all the way around. The only decel point is as they enter down onto the second wall run. So you should be full throttle at this point. Yeah, but the decel zone starts before the start of the scoring zone. So, okay, fair enough. He's using left foot brake to keep the rear wheels in the outside zone. I get that. Car control, balance. But if he's deemed to be off throttle, I mean, look, he's already braked once, twice, and it doesn't look like he's on full throttle because he's got hardly any tyre smoke. This is a tough one for the judges. I mean, look, me and Grinya in the commentary room, we're just having a little fun talking about this, and yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to judge this because, hey, who wants to knock one of these guys out? Yeah, Martin Richards just. Yeah, look, Martin Richards is explaining to the. Yeah, I mean, you guys at home, you could probably lip read what Martin Richards is saying as well right now. He's saying, I thought he was slowing down. It's a full throttle zone. And the marshals are trying to ask Ali Mekseed, was you decelerating? Because quite clearly, it didn't look like he was from where they were standing. It's a close one. It's such a close one, and again, like I say, I wouldn't want to be the guy that takes someone out of competition, so I wouldn't want to judge this, and I don't really even want to make a comment on it. But hey, that's my job, so I'm gonna say that Ali Mekseed was slowing down in a full throttle zone on the track. If he was carrying too much speed, he was told in the briefing yesterday to pace himself into that beginning of the scoring zone. His wheels are spinning. Yeah, he is on throttle, but I mean, it's a tough one, ladies and gentlemen. That's for sure. It's the foot brake. I think the foot brake threw Martin Richards off, and I mean, look. It's not like this is the first time it's happened. He did it on the first battle as well. Richards hit him in the same place. I don't know. Judges could deem Ali Mekseed at fault for this. Oh, and they don't. They don't. Ali Mekseed gets the win and advances through. Wow. What a turn of events. What a turn of events. So there we go. Judges not deeming Ali Mekseed at fault. Yes, he was left foot braking, but he was still on throttle. That's what I'm hearing. So he gets the win and advances through into the Great 8. So that's it. Great 8 decided. We're going to keep the action going. No messing around. First battle up will be Haytham Al-Hadidi to take on Benediktas Gerber. Up next, after that, it will be Tariq Al-Shahani to take on Ali Mekseed. Ahmed Daham takes on Vasiliaskas, Andreas Vasiliaskas, and the last battle in our Great 8 will be Steve Biagioni to take on the hot property from Ukraine, Timo Lipsky. That one is going to be, again, not a clean, easy battle, but we need to decide a final four. Let's see how it plays out. So, here we go. You know the lay of the land. You know the battle's coming up. Let's find out how this one plays out. First battle up will be Haytham Al-Hadidi to take on Benediktas Gerber. Gerber, remember, second step on the podium at round 1. Clint Van Oor out of the situation. Bagsy's still in it. This is going to be a different podium. If Bagsy and Gerber don't make it in, this could upset the championship. This means we could have a complete turn of events for round 3. Here we go. Haytham warms up the tyres on the back of the S15. Red Bull S15. Pulls to the line. Lead car. First time, every time. The highest qualifier. Benediktas Gerber, though. International superstar. Borrowed car. 3UZ turbo Toyota engine in the bonnet. Under the bonnet, sorry, of that BMW E36. What has Gerber got? Well, we haven't got long to find out. These guys now are ready for action. We're starting to get to the business end of the deal. This is for a spot in the final 4. Thumbs up from Gerber. He means business. Slams the car into gear. Thumbs up all round. Light goes amber. Green, we're good to go. Hadidi to lead out Gerber for a spot in the final 4 awaits now. Oh, he goes way across the track, does Hadidi, but he makes it work. Gerber gets thrown off a little bit, drops down on the inside edge of the circuit. Here comes Gerber, though, on a hunt. A hunt for this young man. Wow, sticks the BMW to the door. On the transition goes Gerber. Can he make it back? Of course he can. Through the smoke comes Benediktas Gerber as Hadidi puts the back end of the S15 to the wall. Look at Hadidi. He's on an absolute flyer right now. Hadidi, blinded by his own smoke, transitions back. And look at Gerber right there, still in the zone. Still on that line as Hadidi sticks it to the wall. Gerber right with him. Wow, what a run. Look at this. Hadidi absolutely flying, sticks the car in all the right places, puts on an incredible show of why he is the first place qualifier. Consistent, absolutely key. Very nice line, but Benediktas Gerber showed age, showed his experience and put that car where it needed to be on the circuit. Got the proximity where it needed to be. Look at this, you can't even see Gerber until he emerges through the smoke up into the side of the S15, then allows him to get to the wall, gives him the room to manoeuvre, and then backs out of it. Incredible stuff. So we wait for both guys to arrive back to the start line. So here we go. Benediktas Gerber to lead. Haytham Al-Hadidi to give chase. Both guys on the line, ready to rock and roll. So, not sure what the hold-up is at the moment. We take a look out onto the circuit to make sure there's no hold-ups. No, all the marshals are all in place, just waiting for the smoke to clear. The smoke and barely any wind here now in Oman. As you can see, the flags just hanging there loosely on the top of the gantry. So the smoke taking a little bit of time to clear. So we're waiting for the smoke to just give our drivers a little bit of breathing space, and as soon as we do, we will give them the thumbs up and then we will send them on their way.
الدخان الموجود على الحلبة شويته لأساس أن التصوير يكون أوضح وبالتالي
Well, no movement at the moment. Not sure what is going on, whether the judges are ready. I can hear and see some movement from the judges. There we go. Thumbs up. We finally get the signal to go. The button is pressed on the traffic light and these guys are sent on their way for the second half of the run. Hadidi to chase down Gerber. Gerber with a nice initiation. Hadidi fires in that S15, almost backs it in his wheels off the edge of the circuit, gets it back in again. Gerber's going to go wide to the wall, and up close and personal goes Gerber, but Hadidi right there, and Gerber throws a curveball to Hadidi and dials on some angle. Wow, what a big ball of fire. The whole car is on fire. The whole car is on fire. Haytham Al-Hadidi's car explodes in a ball of flames as Benedictus Gerber finishes up the run. Wow. Wow, scary scenes in Oman as Haytham Al-Hadidi's car catches fire in a real bad way at the back end of the circuit. Car is out now and safe. Look at this though, Hadidi was going for it, absolutely firing through the circuit. Look at this. This is where it went wrong. Big clutch kick. As he comes back, boom, big fire erupts. And then in the background you can see him taking his way off track, completely engulfed in flames. So there we go, you can see Haytham out of the car, safe, gives a clap to the crowd and says, hey, I might have blown my car up, I might be on fire, but you know what, I'm okay, I'm having fun. So there we go. Haytham's car pushed off the circuit. And Haytham Al-Hadidi. Wow. I mean, if we could have one drift battle without drama, that would be amazing. But I'm not sure we're going to get it tonight, and I'm cool with that at the moment. Because, you know, we've been having some fun. This has been pretty spectacular. Benedictus Gerber, big smile on that Lithuanian's face as he knows he gets the win and advances through into the final four. So Gerber fills the first place in final four. He has just strengthened the championship hunt right now. So with Clint Van Oort out of the picture and not moving any further forward than top 16, Gerber make it to the final four. Gerber will extend his points, leapfrog, Clint Van Oort. And now Gerber starts to hunt down the championship here in Oman. Can he do it? No James Dean to defend. But Benedictus Gerber could be the next Oman International Drift Champion. Right, we move it along. More action. Tariq Al-Shahani to take on Ali Maxseed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we have now established the reason for the fire. Wondered what the hold-up was, so just had a quick word with the officials, and it appears that the engine failed. So we do have an oil spill on the track. Our officials are now going to make their way out there to clear that up. So I'm going to go radio silent for a little bit. I'm going to take a sit back. I'm going to assess what has gone on in the last hour, and I will rejoin you with more action here at round 2 of the 2022 OIDC, where we will see Tariq Al-Shahani to take on Ali Makseed. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
استغل ظروف التوقف ورحب فيكم طبعا من جماعه النزار الشنقوي. سيادة طبعا جهود مبذولة كبيرة في تنظيم الفعاليات الدولية من هذه الجولة الثانية من بطولة عمان الدولية للإنجاز. نادي كيف يقول كيف كانت التجهيزات في هذه البطولة وأثرت طبعا على أساس طبعا يعني يتوقف النشاط عودة إن شاء الله إلى السنة. شكرا جزيلا. كذلك مخططين نعمل فعاليات في شهر رمضان المبارك، ولكن كل ذلك يعتمد على قرارات اللجنه العليا كيف يتم التعامل مع الجائحه هذه. ما ودنا الا نقدم الافضل دائما لجمهورنا الكريم للسابقين. هذه رياضه محبوبه ونتمنى دائما ان نكون في سنه ثانيه ان شاء الله. شكرا سيادة السيد جمال الطائي نائب رئيس مجلس الاداره وزاره الجمعيه العمانيه للسياده. الان تحيه مساعده المخطط الشنقوي ابو عبد الله مساء.
وجودك هنا طبعا تشريف واحد من الابطال في المخضرمين في الرالي.
عاشق للرياضه ضربت ومستمتع شفت الاجواء هنا في حلبة مصر الأخيرة. نشوف اليوم كله في تطور جديد والافضل. والله نتابع مع يعني حمد الوهيبي اليوم حصل على مشكله في السياسه. هاي مشكله في السياسه. وعبد الله الان اعلن من الترتيب السياسي وبدا الترتيب او تطبيقه لصراع ان شاء الله نتمنى التوفيق. تسلم بعد الله شكرا جزيلا. نسالك طبعا عن النزار الشنقوي. استغلنا طبعا فتره التوقف هذه طبعا تنظف الحلبه هناك وبالتالي اخذنا مكان نرفع فاصل بسيط مع فؤاد طبعا الساده المشاهدين بقنوات الجمعيه العمانيه للسيارات في الفيسبوك واليوتيوب. لحظات ونرجع لكم ان شاء الله بعد شوي.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go. Yeah, we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming on my landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like, yeah, you about to see me on demand like, you know I'm the man. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a stream, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream that we're coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go. Yeah, we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming on my landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command, like, yeah, you about to see me on demand, like, you know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a stream, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream that we're coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As we can tell, track is clean and we are ready for more action. Quick beverage drip break for myself. I don't know about you guys. I needed something a little bit stiffer than a glass of water. Here we go, off the line, Daham, Vasiliaskas. Can we get a clean one? Let's hope so. Daham to lead out Vasiliaskas. No messing around. Daham straight into that outside zone. Wow, Daham with a pace. Look at Daham. Like a man possessed right now as he comes down onto the wall. Vasiliaskas has nothing in this one at the moment. Good line, no proximity, good transition from Daham as Vasiliaskas dials on a little bit too much angle. Now starts to find some lost ground as Vasiliaskas hunts down Daham. Daham is absolutely flying through the centre of the circuit. He's going to get nice and deep into this outside zone. Vasiliaskas, one last push across the line. Well, fireworks and a clean run, and a very clean run at that. Incredible stuff. Ahmed Daham, second place qualifier. Look at that. The front end of the car got a little loose down the back end. He had to unwind some steering angle and get himself back into it. Nice transition. Vasiliaskas found some lost ground, but then you could see there, almost over-rotated, threw on a whole bunch of steering locks, slowed himself down, and Daham then throws up the smoke screen as he accelerates across the circuit. Vasiliaskas goes for it, just can't get there, sacrifices the line, gets on the back bumper, almost hits him. So no messing around for these two guys. Straight back to the start line, ready to get the action underway. Vasiliaskas to lead out Daham right now. 2 places in the final 4. Sorry, 1 place in the final 4 already taken. Who's this one going to go to? Daham right now chasing down Vasiliaskas. Vasiliaskas is going to try the pace, but he knows that Daham has got serious grip. Look at the grip that Daham's got wound in. He's had to shallow off the angle. Vasiliaskas off that outside line though, shallow through the middle. Vasiliaskas winds on the lock. You can see Daham avoiding contact at every cost right now. Gets himself into it down the bottom end on that big left-hand turn as Vasiliaskas goes very, very wide. Daham lost in the smoke, waits for it, makes for a dive, gets himself in it. Vasiliaskas sets himself up for the wall, but Daham is on the door. So, take a look back at this. Just trying to pinpoint a few points here that maybe would arouse some suspicion to the judges. For me, the lack of angle from Daham will be questionable. The judges will be taking a look at that, but the proximity will override any doubts they have in their mind. I thought that Daham was going to go for more of a dive here. I thought he was going to be glued to the door. I mean, look, he's close enough at them sort of speeds against a concrete wall. Incredible job from Daham. Not the best lead line. Vasiliaskas thinks he's got it. Hand pumping out the window. What do you think? Are you an Ahmed Daham fan or are you an Andreas Vasiliaskas fan? So, very nice battle. Very, very nice battle indeed. And that's kind of what we've come to expect now from these drift superstars. One more time. Yeah. Not a surprise. Not a surprise whatsoever. They're going to go at it again. And you know what? Daham says, well, listen, I'll take that. I will take that. So those guys will need fuel and tyres. They are sent back to the pits. And Ahmed Daham and Vasiliaskas will go back, refresh the cars, refresh themselves, and get ready to do it all over again. We look down to the start line. It should be Tariq Al-Shahani to take on Ali Maqseed. Maqseed to give chase. Shahani, fourth place qualifier, doing an incredible job yesterday. So Shahani to lead out Maqseed. Maqseed had a tough weekend so far. Can he take down Tariq Al-Shahani? So there we go. They get the thumbs up. They get the signal to look for the traffic light.
Al-Shahani from Oman in car number 5 will be in the lead position. Ali Maqseed from Kuwait, car number 4 will be in the chase position.
And we are waiting for the smoke to clear, I believe, before we get this one underway. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, these guys are fighting for a spot in the final 4. Serious business, end of the deal now. We are almost close. We're almost there, sorry, to crowning a champion. And the points now start to add up. Benedictus Gerber, as I said, in that final 4, he's starting to rack up a few points now and get himself a healthy championship point lead. Bagsy's still in the fight, though. At the moment, he's the only other contender for the championship at the moment, with Clint Van Oort out of competition. Well, I'm not really sure what we're waiting for. Well, thumbs up all round. Here we go. We look for the traffic light. Amber, green. Maxid takes the opportunity to jump the line. Lets Tariq Al-Shahani through. Shahani fires in. Big angle. Has to sacrifice it. He has to sacrifice it. Shahani had to sacrifice it. No, Shahani was leading this time. Ali Maxid was giving chase. Yeah, Ali Maxid not in the wrong whatsoever there from where I was looking. Tariq Al-Shahani, nice pace coming in. You could see, dropped a wheel on the outside edge of the circuit and just turned it around. He threw some serious angle at that initiation and he just could not hang it. So unfortunately for Tariq Al-Shahani, that will be a 10-0 deficit. Maxid will be sitting there thanking his lucky stars at the moment. He's had a pretty good turn of fortune and some hard fought battles. So Shahani pulls back up to the line, will be absolutely kicking himself for making that mistake. Ali Maxid. Also, judges want to have another look at the replay. I think they were looking to see if there was any contact, and I think judges, yeah, just trying to see if there was any contact between these two guys. So just getting news from the paddock that Sebastian Fontaine broke the differential this time in the car. So he is not having much luck at the moment. Last chance to rein some points back and earn a podium at the final round next weekend here in Oman. Here we go, thumbs up all round. Time to go. Judges have come to their clear-cut decision in the first half of the run. Cones down, no messing around. Maxid through the gears, Shahani to give chase. Can Shahani get there? Yeah, Shahani lacking in proximity right now. Maxid goes wide, gets himself up into the wall. Maxid, foot flat to the floor. Nice transition in the centre of the circuit for Ali Maxid as he comes down onto the wall in front of the grandstand into the outside zone. And Tariq Al-Shahani, just no proximity. You can see a matching angle mirroring that lead car. Looks for the transition back. Transition's way too early. He's going to come up way short here in the centre of the circuit. And Maxid gets the job done. There we go. That is the tale of the tape. That is how it all went down. Ali Maxid let it all out there, threw it all on the line, quite literally. Ali Maxid's like, look at this, absolutely perfect. Little dab of the foot brake here and there, just get the back end settled, keep it in that outside zone. Nice transition, gets it done, gets deep, does come out a little early. But Tariq Al-Shahani, just no proximity whatsoever. And I'm going to say that's all she wrote for Tariq Al-Shahani. Yeah, judges just taking a look back at a replay from alternative angle to see if Tariq was hit by Ali Maxid, and no, that wasn't the case. Well, there's only pretty much one way this one can swing. I do believe it will be in the fate or the favour of Ali Maxid from Q8. There he goes, he gets the instruction, the marshal. So, judges may be deliberating this one. Not sure what there is to talk about. But they are definitely deliberating something up there, other judges. Yeah, I'm not sure what the hold-up is. Not sure what there is left to discuss. It's pretty clear-cut in my mind. And there we go. Ali Maxid gets the win and advances through into the final four, and the young man from Q8 will be over the moon. Look at this, does a celebratory donut around the cameraman. Look at that, the ratchet strap holding the intercooler together. I don't know if you guys could see that. I could see a ratchet strap holding the intercooler together. Madness right now in Oman, and here we go, next battle on the line. Here we go, big one, Bagsy versus Lipsky. Steve Bagsy, been around for a very long time now, but the young gun from Ukraine, he wants a taste of the blood. Big initiation from Lipsky, fires it in hot and heavy. Bagsy calculated, keeps it cool, calm and collected. He's looking for the grip, looking to drive away. Lipsky with him though. Lipsky looking for the back bumper of that Monster Energy PS13. Whoa! Almost takes it off. Lipsky playing with danger. Lipsky fires it in backwards. Lipsky fires it in backwards on the transition and throws it away. Bagsy, the experience, the maturity just plays through as Bagsy comes down into the final outside zone, onto the foot brake. Pretty decent line into there as well. The young man just got too hot and heavy and just threw that one away. What a shame for Lipsky. Look at this. Through the chicane, Bagsy was absolutely flat out. Lifted ever so slightly, nice initiation, very calculated. He would have listened to Martin Richards, who would have told him, look, track's evolved a little bit, things are getting a little bit slippery down there. Lipsky was in and hot, onto the back bumper, onto the rear wing of that PS13. This transition, dangerous, scared himself, thought he was going to make contact, spun himself out, turned the car around. What a shame. But as I said, the maturity, the seasoned pro that Bagsy is, knew what he was doing. And unfortunately for Lipsky, that little bit of inexperience just coming through there. Well, here we go, back on the start line. It will be Timo Lipsky to lead out Bagsy for the spot in the final four. The contender undecided. So here we go, Timo Lipsky, Ukraine, leads out Steve Bagsy Biagioni from the UK. The headlights are on, the thumbs are up. We look for the traffic light. It's amber. Bagsy starts to go already. He knows Lipsky's quick. Lipsky hop through the gate. No messing around. Flat to the floor is Lipsky. Bagsy gives him some room to manoeuvre. He knows he's a wild young man and he goes 3 wheels off track. As Lipsky starts to fall apart once again. Lipsky not in this one. Bagsy shallows it up, keeps his cool, holds on for dear life as Lipsky looks reckless through the centre of the circuit, throwing that car left to right. Now Bagsy sees he's settled. Bagsy looks for the door, can't find it though, just can't find that grip or proximity. as Lipsky looks to transition back. Bagsy dives through the smoke. Bagsy needs to seal the deal and get back on the door, and he does. Bagsy right with him across the line. Look at this, incredible stuff. Yeah, Lipsky just gets a little bit too carried away. Again, that little bit of inexperience coming into play now. Track evolving, track changing. Through that car, three wheels off the circuit. And this transitions, look, big flicks across the track. Gets himself set up on that outside zone. This is when Bagsy shallows up the angle. Just can't seem to get there, though. You can see Bagsy off throttle. Bangs on the foot brake. Now makes a dive. Says, this is where I'm going to seal the deal. Lipsky gets himself into the outside zone. And on the door, across the line, Bagsy seals the deal. Well, once again, this one could be pretty much self-explanatory. Who's going to take it through to the final four? Will it be Bagsy? Will it be Lipsky? There we go. Bagsy gets the win, advances through to the final four. And Bagsy's on a hunt in Oman. He wants this championship. Him and Gerber, they're going to have to go toe-to-toe for it, though. So there we go. Bagsy and Lipsky take their way off track. And we're going to go to the one more time battle of Ahmed Daham to take on Andreas Vasiliaskas. Daham had all the grip in the world on the first battle that these two guys visited. And there was no way that Vasiliaskas could gain some proximity. Maybe a little rethink, a little reshuffle for Vasiliaskas as he puts his fist up. He's ready for boxing. He's ready for business. Now, what has Daham changed in his car? Did Daham lose a little bit of grip in that chase position? He wasn't so successful as trying to get up close and personal with Vasiliaskas. The car too gripped up, that to shallow up the angle, made it look a little scrappy, perhaps. So what has Daham's game plan been? What has Vasiliaskas' game plan been? He slams that car into gear. Ahmed Daham leads out Vasiliaskas for the final spot in the final four. Nice initiation this time from Daham, and look at this. Vasiliaskas has wound in the screw, found a little bit more grip, and you can see Daham's loosened that car up potentially a little slower through that top end of the track. Nice transition. Vasiliaskas through the smoke on the foot brake, upsets himself a little on that balance, now has to settle, get himself in, up into the door. Can he find Daham's Red Bull S14? He certainly can, as they carry the angle through the centre of the circuit. This is better, this is cleaner from both drivers, as Vasiliaskas looks for the back end once again. So there we go, nicer battle in this one more time. A lot cleaner. You can see Daham's definitely loosened up that car a little bit, a little less grip dialed in, and for Vasiliaskas, seems like he's turned the screw, looks like he's wound up the grip levels a lot closer this time on a proximity, not door to door like we'd like to see him, but definitely in the zone and definitely a lot more of a player in that chase position. Nice transition from Vasiliaskas at this, then goes for it, looks to seal the deal, gets on the back bumper. Nice job. So Daham back on the line, chase position.
فاسيلياسكس وجمهور موجود ودعم بعد جمهور موجود شوف جيربر علي مزيد عنده تصوير بنزي ثلاثة اوريدي في التوب فور باقي واحد حتى يكمل طبعا درجة المربع الذهبي اما يكون دعم او
So thumbs up to the camera from Ahmed Daham in the Red Bull S14. But who is going to take it through to the final four? Who will be battling Bagsy for a spot in the final? we anxiously await the call from the judges. Vasiliaskas sits patiently in that carbon Kevlar E92 BMW. You can see him slightly angled the car towards the exit of the chicane. Well, not sure what the hold-up is here. Looks like everyone's ready to go. Yeah, we certainly are. There isn't a hold-up. After this, we're ready to go. Daham to chase down Vasiliaskas as Vasiliaskas gets the jump, gets the heat through the gate. Look at this. Oh, wobbles the front wheel. That upsets the balance of the car. Gives the opportunity for Daham to get up close and personal. Down Daham's up on the door. Wow, what a dive from Ahmed Daham as he transitions through the smoke. Oh, almost gets himself caught up on the inside. Daham looks for the side of that carbon Kevlar E92 and Daham shallows up the angle, off and on the throttle, edges closer and closer through the fastest part of the circuit as Daham looks once again to make a move, and he certainly does as Vasiliaskas gets up onto the wall. Wow, clean battle from both these guys. What a run. Vasiliaskas, very nicely done. Look at this upset though. Understeer, bam, snaps himself back into it. That opens up the door for Daham. Daham sees that option, goes for it. Look at the way he tucks that S14 up on the inside. Nice transition back as Vasiliaskas doesn't use all of the circuit available. Daham waits here though. Nicely done. Sets the car up. Looks for Vasiliaskas. Just gets himself nice and close onto the door. And then here, boom, through the smoke. Asks the judges if there's any more else they want from this battle than to get real close on the door. Nicely done from Daham and Vasiliaskas. Incredible battle. Look at that, both guys absolutely stoked. Big handshake, they shake their heads, they're like, yeah, that was cool, that was good, clean fun. Whoa, wow. Was that it? Was that the decision? Yeah, wow, look at that. There we go. Daham gets the win, takes Vasiliaskas out of it, and that is it. The final four decided. It will be Benediktas Gerber to take on Ali Maxid, and it will be Ahmed Daham to take on Bagsy. Red Bull versus Monster. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to take a quick breath. We'll be back soon with our final four.
طبعا احمد دحان راح يكون في مواجهه ستيف باكسي، جيربر في مواجهه علي مرسي. اوكي ذهبي جميل. الان سنكون مع 10 دقائق استراحه وراح نرجع لكم. كلنا محتاجين استراحه. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have 10 minutes break. We will be back to you fresh.
never see me coming, I'm a landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command, like, yeah, you about to see me on demand, like, you know I'm the man. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream that we're coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. never see me coming, I'm a landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like, yeah, you about to see me on demand like, you know I'm the man. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a stream, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream, never coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out.
الفيسبوك واليوتيوب. اهلا وسهلا طبعا بالحضور عشاق الحلقات المتواجدين على حلبة مسقط قريبة بالجمعية عمان سيارات اولى مواجهات التوب فور راح تجمع بين تشيربر وعلي مقصي.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. Every battle now is for a spot in the final. 2 battles to come up. Gerber, Maxseed. The winner of this heads into the final. Then it's Daham, Bagsy. The winner of that heads to the final. No messing around now. What is done is done. This is time for real business. Maxide sits on the line, ready to chase down Benediktas Gerber. Gerber took second step on the podium at round 1. He's hunting for that championship, but he's got to get through Ali Maxide first to get there. What has Gerber got? Nice initiation for Gerber. Maxide gets in it though, gives him a little nudge, drops himself down on the inside of the track. Gerber stays in it. Maxide goes wide again. Maxide is hungry. Gerber absolutely flying as Maxide comes through the smoke, gets a little lost on the transition. Gerber gets himself in it and Maxide shuts it down. Has to reinitiate. Big points deduction for Ali Maxide right now as Benediktas Gerber gets back on the throttle into the outside zone. Maxide freewheels off track as Gerber finishes up a real nice lead run. Look at this. Maxide, where did it all go wrong? Little nudge on the front wheel there, upset the balance of the car, just got himself dropped down on the inside. Benediktas Gerber kept foot flat to floor. Ali Maxide though, car looks a little scrappy, a little rough, comes through the smoke, gets back on the throttle, nothing there, has to go for it again. Benediktas Gerber, no worries out front. Maxide does manage to get that car up and running and working once again. But look at this, big throw across the track, three wheels off. And Maxide on the ropes right now. So, Ali Maxide does pull back to the line. So maybe not as big as an issue as what I first assumed. Gerber, thumbs up, ready for business. He wants a spot in that final again, strengthen that championship lead. Ali Maxide already looks like he's got 1 foot in that 3rd and 4th place playoff. Can the car hold together? Can he hold together? Bam, light goes green, no messing around, straight into it. Down they come through the gears. Maxide flicks the car into initiation. Gerber right there with him. Maxide, no messing around, on the throttle, foot brake, riding, keeping the back end of the 86 in the outside zone. Gerber on the door though. Gerber looks for it even more as Gerber makes a dangerous dive through the smoke. Maxide goes wide, Gerber takes the opportunity. Perfect lead line so far from Ali Maxide, but Benediktas Gerber's taking all the opportunity. Super close, looks to push even closer as they come down now. Gerber transitions early, shallows up the angle, looks to make the dive, just can't get there as Maxide puts foot to floor. Very, very good. Very tidy from both guys. Very nice initiation from Ali Maxide. Look at that. Deep into the outside zone. No messing around. Benediktas Gerber putting down an absolutely clinical chase run. Only one mistake for me, and that was as they exited this next corner. Maxide onto the wall, left foot braking. Look at that, deep into the outside zone. Gerber takes all the opportunity. Maxide goes super deep into this. But look at Gerber. Gerber initiates a little bit too early. Finds himself caught up on the inside, a little bit choked up. Can't seem to get himself back onto the door. Makes a dive on the rear bumper. Let's see how the judges find this one. Quick decision. Looks like it's coming in. Who's going to take it through to the final? Benediktas Gerber. Benediktas Gerber takes it through to the final. And Ali Maxide, well, he heads off for the 3rd and 4th place playoff. So here we go. Next battle for a spot in the final is going to be Ahmed Daham to lead out Bagsy. Red Bull versus Monster Energy on the line right now. 2nd place qualifier, Ahmed Daham. Bagsy, 3rd place qualifier. That Monster Energy ST suspension PS13 sits hungrily waiting, staring down the track. Daham, has he turned the grip up? Did he do what he did with Vasiliaskas? Has he wound it up to 100? Look at him, chilled out, tapping the steering wheel in the zone, no messing around. We await to get the thumbs up from our start line marshal. Both guys, doors cranked open, a little bit of fresh air in those very hot cabins. And we patiently wait for the thumbs up from our start line marshal. We'll see the doors close, we'll see the cars slam into gear. Here we go, business. The final step in the final place to go. Bagsy jumps the start line. He knows Daham's quick. He's not going to mess around. He's through the gears. He lets Daham through. Goes for initiation on the door. Bagsy a little bit too early. Can he make it happen? Daham starts to drive away. Bagsy shallows up the angle as Bagsy hunts for the side of that Red Bull S15. Through the smoke comes Bagsy, but he's a little bit too early. Bagsy looks for it once again as Daham puts on an absolute masterclass. Takes the back end off the car. Bagsy finds the side of Daham's S14, loses it again in the smoke. As the transition awaits, Bagsy dives through the smoke. Daham on an absolute flyer. He puts on some serious angle. Oh, and Daham comes up short on the wall. Wow. Wow, we are getting some incredible action tonight here in Oman. Bagsy come up a little bit short on that initiation. You can see him drop down, having to shallow up the angle to try and gain that lost ground back on Daham. Finds the side of that car. On that transition though, Bagsy early, look at that, just about keeps the wheels on the inside edge of the circuit. Finds Daham again once Daham takes the back bumper off on the wall. And Daham absolutely flying. Watch this though, little mistake from Daham coming up. If you keen-eyed viewers, dials on a little bit of angle, comes up way short on that wall. Bagsy appears through the smoke. The back bumper, something like that, the back panel, I'm not sure. He lost something, Grigno. There was something coming off that car. Well, both guys you can see in the background down there with their crews cooling down the cars. Bagsy slots himself into the lead position. Ahmed Daham now to give chase. Well. Here we go. This is for a spot in the final. Bagsy yet to make it to the final here in Oman. He took third step on the podium at round one. Daham, been a long while since he stepped on a podium here in the Middle East. Can he do it again? Cars slam into gear, thumbs up all round. Bagsy to lead, Daham to give chase. Daham creeping off the line. Cones wobble as they scream through the gears. Look at Daham, he's gripped that car up to 100. Nice initiation from Bagsy. Daham now starts to shallow up the angle and find himself on the inside edge of the circuit. But Daham's a little closer. You can see him working the S14 up onto the side of that PS13. No messing around. Bagsy goes wide on the transition. Flicks it back. Daham with him. Daham goes for the back bumper. He's on to the side of Bagsy's car. Daham playing with Bagsy on the back end of the circuit as Daham hammers down Bagsy. Fires through full throttle on the transition. Looks for the wall. Bagsy a lot cleaner as Daham hunts him down. He's not got the proximity. Wow. Wow. How is this going to play out? Look at this. Very nice initiation from Bagsy. Both guys lead to chase were absolutely flawless. The lead to lead, chase to chase were absolutely on point. Very nice lead line from Bagsy. Deep on the outside zone, nice transition back, looks for the wall, gets the job done, gets into the outside zone, foot flat to the floor. You can see Daham playing with him on and off the throttle, just nosing the front end of the S14A up onto the side, that PS13. Daham not messing around. Bagsy did everything he could to get into it, very deep onto the wall. Oh, I'm not sure. This one could come down to possibly a one more time. Decisions in. Who's going to take it through to the final? Daham! Ahmed Daham takes it through to the final. Wow, Bagsy goes to the third and fourth place playoff. Bagsy struggling to get to that final, but he will have one more chance at getting onto the podium. Daham, well, he heads to face Gerber in the final. Well, there we go. Both guys make their way off the track. And now we look for the third and fourth place playoff. So there will be a few moments break while Ali Makseed and Bagsy get their cars prepped for the third and fourth place playoff. We will run that first before the final. So Bagsy will make his way back to the paddock to get that car prepped. Fresh tyres, a drop more fuel in the tank, and work out a game plan to take on Ali Makseed But he's got his English teammate with him, Martin Richards, who will be giving him all of the information about how Ali Makseed plays the game, what he does on initiation, how he transitions, where he positions the car on track. Can Bagsy take down the Q8 driver, Ali Makseed, for once again third step on the podium? Well, right about now, it looks like Benediktas Gerber is going to be leading the championship going into the final round. I'm going to take a breath. Don't go anywhere. As soon as cars appear on your screen, I'll be back.
كده متفقين على هذه الآلية انه الاعلان الرسمي راح يكون ان شاء الله في البوديوم او في مسرح التتويج طبعا هذا طبعا لقاء المركز الثالث والرابع وكذلك اللقاء الثاني. إذا هذا طبعا بالمناسبة راح يكون ثاني فاينل لجيربر في هذا السيزون في هذا الموسم طبعا 2022 الموسم الرابع من بطولة عمان الدولية للانجلاب. الفاينل الأول كان أو في الأسبوع قبل أسبوعين كان فاينل الجولة الأولى كان جيربر وفان كورت. اليوم الفاينل جيربر أحمد دحام. إذا ولا كده طبعا في الجولة الأولى يوم 20 و 21 جيربر خسر الفاينل لمصلحة تيم فان كورت وبالتالي يحتاج المركز الثاني. هذا طبعا الفاينل الثاني في الجولة الثانية اللي طبعا جيربر في طبعا هذا الموسم وبالتالي هنالك أكيد جولة ثالثة أخيرة يوم 17 و 18 فبراير أكيد اوفرول او الترتيب العام راح يحسم فيها طبعا نقاط كثير كبير طبعا لجيربا في هذا الفاينل ايضا ادفانتج كبير طبعا ستيف باكسي لانه ايضا وصل في التوب فور في الجوله الاولى. طبعا احمد دحام ما كان وصل وايضا علي مكسيد ما كان وصل اكيد ولكن جيربا وباكسي كانوا في التوب فور في الجوله الاولى. ثاني نهائي لجيربا في هذا الموسم 2020 2022 من اول طبعا مشاركه لهذا البطل الليتواني بنجتستاس جيربا واللي طبعا في جماهير كثير طبعا تشجع لحظه كذا الجماهير او المتسابقين طبعا هناك في المدرجات الخاصه. تحيه طبعا للمتسابقين المتواجدين في المدرجات مدرجات حلبة مسقط بالجمعيه العمانيه للسيارات. وعما ايضا على الجماهير الحاضره او في مدرج العائلات هناك طبعا في حاله اجواء جميله اجواء شتويه كثير حلوه طبعا لاستضافه مثل هذه البطوله. طبعا عشنا اجواء جميله خلال اليومين هذا الخميس والجمعه 10 و 11 يناير فبراير عفوا وكذلك مثل ما عشنا الجوله الاولى 20 و 21 يناير ان شاء الله الجوله الثالثه راح تكون.
Well, the wait's almost over, ladies and gentlemen, and in the background I can see cars moving through the paddock. That means Bagsy is ready for action. Ali Makseed down there in the car. He's had a bit of a wait, you know, after getting knocked out by Benediktas Gerber. He had to wait through the Daham Bagsy battle, so he would have been prepped, ready to rock and roll. Like I said earlier, is that car 100%? Ali Makseed's intercooler, from what I can see, held together with a ratchet strap on the front end on the bumper bar, so not sure if Ali Makseed's car is 100%. You can see there the team now prepping Ahmed Daham's car ready for battle. He will be going head to head with Benediktas Gerber. to see who will stand top step on the podium. And there we go. Benedictus Gerber's car is prepped as well, ready to rock and roll. You can see Bagsy running down there, the car prepped. Daham's car prepped, ready to go. And the team getting some extra tyres ready. Look at this. In case there's a one more time, getting the tyres all ready to rock and roll. So if there's a one more time, they can refuel, reset and go again as quickly as possible. So Bagsy will now be getting himself ready in the car. As I say, Ali Makseed would be ready for action. You can see Ahmed Daham missing that light panel from the centre of the car. That's what come off earlier, not the bumper. It was the light panel. Makseed in the car, ready to go. Bagsy in the car, ready. Almost in the car, ready to go. You can see the team there just doing the last bits of cool down, hoping that they can get ready. The team from the OAA checking the tyres to make sure everything is compliant, make sure that it's a fair game for everyone. No cheating, no messing around. We want fair, straight battles. They get the thumbs up, they're clear to go. Bagsy, the higher qualifier, will be leading out Ali Makseed. And he will be warming up his tyres first. You can see all of the crews down there, all the team working away, getting ready to rock and roll. The gloves go on. And just a few moments' time, people will be standing on top of that podium right there in the background. Who will be taking third step, though? Will it be Makseed or will it be Bagsy? Ali Makseed so far. I'm going to throw it out there and say been a little bit lucky. Had some tough battles with Martin Richards. And managed to get himself up there in the mix well. Will that luck continue? That's all I've got to say. Here we go. This is it, though. Your third and fourth place playoff. Bagsy warms up the tyres on that Monster Energy ST suspension PS13. 454 cubic inch LSX supercharged engine underneath the bonnet, 700 horsepower, ready to party. Ali Makseed 2JZ Toyota GT86, 700 horsepower. Man and machine, are they equal? Two athletes in their own right. Bagsy, the higher qualifier, gets to lead. Makseed would have been watching this battle intently before between Bagsy and Daham to see what Bagsy does, to see how the car reacts, if he's gripped it up. All this comes down to now is driver and machine. And as I say, from my point of view, Ali Makseed's car hanging on by a thread. UK versus Kuwait. The battle of third is almost in play. The light is red. Makseed pulls to the line in the chase position. Now start line marshal on the radio to make sure everybody is ready to rock and roll. Makseed just back a little bit, trying to get a little bit more slingshot, a little bit more run into that first corner. Thumbs up, doors slam shut, cars slam into gear. Bagsy to lead out. Ali Makseed for the spot on the third step. Nice initiation from Bagsy, but Makseed's there. Makseed drops down out of the outside zone. Makseed goes for the dive. Bagsy on the foot brake. Makseed fires it in backwards up, trying to get onto the door. Bagsy stays in it. Nice transition across the circuit as Makseed's with him. Makseed looks for the back end. Makseed is hungry for the kill, hungry for a step on the podium. Bagsy, though, absolutely fulfilling all of the outside zones. You can barely see Ali Makseed's car through the smoke, but there he is right there looking for the door. Makseed goes for the kill, looks to seal the deal as Bagsy coaxes him across the line. Wow. What a run from both of these guys. Incredible stuff. Nice initiation. Bagsy gets the car perfectly on the outside zone. Look at that, dancing on the very, very edge of the circuit. Makseed on and off angle, on and off the brake, trying to balance that GT86 on the side of the PS13. Bagsy sacrificed outside zone 2, though, in the middle. Outside zone 3 in the middle of the circuit. Very nice here, though, but Makseed tucks himself up nicely onto the door. This is where he starts to get a little lost. can't find the line, makes a dive through the smoke, an early transition, very clever from Ali Makseed. Makseed on the door across the line. Wow. Well, here we go. This could be it. Bagsy pulls to the line to chase down Ali Makseed. Martin Richards would have warned Bagsy about Makseed in that initiation point. There's been a few errors, there's been a few spins, a bit of contact. Is it going to be clean? Well, that's what we're looking for right now. We wait to get the signal. Our start line marshal on the radio right now. And both our guys wait patiently to go. This could potentially be the final run before we head to the final, or it could be a one more time. The light goes green. Bagsy through off straight away. He knows Makseed's fast. Look at this, Makseed, little flick. Bagsy with him though, onto the front wheel goes Bagsy. Makseed drops down, he's out of the outside zone. Bagsy has to hold out. Bagsy just can't swing with him at the moment. As Makseed sticks foot to floor, starts to throw up some smoke. He goes way wide, that shuts the door, but Bagsy comes in early. Makseed goes deep. Bagsy almost takes him off the circuit, but Bagsy finds the side of that GT86 as Makseed can't evade Bagsy now. Through the smoke comes the UK driver as Ali Makseed looks one last time to try and evade. Can he? No way. Bagsy there with him. Wow. What a run. Ali Makseed was trying everything he could. Super early initiation from Ali Makseed. No messing around. You could see Bagsy holding out there, holding back. Drops out the outside zone. Hardly any tyre smoke from Bagsy's car. As Ali Makseed throws up some smoke in the face, goes super wide, drops a wheel off the track. Bagsy on that transition barely made it through. Look at this. Onto the door. Bagsy with him right there in the outside zone. Makseed fires some angle on, goes deep into that zone, but Bagsy's there. Bagsy looks for an early transition, gets the job done. And then once again goes for the kill as Makseed goes to the wall. Bagsy on the back bumper. Well, this is it. We will announce it, I do believe. No, we're not going to announce it. Oh, we're going to keep you waiting. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have to follow us all the way to the podium. All we want to know is, do our judges have a decision? Or is it a one more time? There we go, a little fan photo from one of our marshals. So all we need to know is, do our judges have a decision, or is it going to be a one more time? And then we will have to get these guys reset and ready to go, which means we will have to have a small break because we can't run the final till we've run the third and fourth place. And there we go. Look, Ali Makseed showing Bagsy the ratchet strap, holding the end tank on the intercooler. Incredible. Well, both guys patiently waiting. You can see Gerber and Daham on the line. And we are patiently waiting. All we will know is if it's a one more time. If these two guys get back in the cars and disappear, we know the judges have a decision. Oh, and it's going to be a one more time. One more time. Wow. Wow. So one more time. Ali Makseed goes to the back of the car to check the tyres. He says, can we go again on these, or can I have to have a fresh pair? Bagsy will definitely be going back to the pits, talk strategy with the team. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time again. I'm going to take a small break because I don't know if I'm going to last till the end of the weekend without one. We'll be back in a few moments' time. These guys are going to get reset and ready to go again. And then we'll be back here with our third and fourth place playoff. Bagsy versus Ali Makseed. The saga continues.
ممكن نلعب الفاينل قبل تحديد الثالث الرابع طبعا. بما انه طبعا الشباب محتاجين علي مقصيد وستيف بكسي، طبعا عمليه تغيير اطارات، عمليه صيانه شوي، فراح ننتظر شوي، راح ندخل لفاصل، فاصل يمكن فيه جميل للمشاهدين. متسابقنا الجميل طبعا الرياض المسلي راح يدخل رن سولو رن، وبعد كذا طبعا سباق المركز الثالث والرابع راح يعاد مره ثانيه اللي هي الون مور تايم بين علي مقصيد وستيف بكسي. الان طبعا رياض اللوزي اكيد راح طبعا يدخل عرض شو او رن سولو رن طبعا لغايه ما يجهزوا الشباب اللي هم علي مقصيد وستيف بكسي، وبعد كذا راح طبعا نشاهد طبعا الفاينل الكبير بين احمد دعام وشيربر. الرياض المسلي كان بيكون بعد شوي جاهز. الرياض اللي طبعا كان في الدور 16 وخرج الجوله على يد احمد دحام، لان الرياض طبعا راح يعمل سولو راب طبعا شو لغايه ما يكون الشباب جاهزين طبعا علي مقصيد وستيف. هذا عارف شاهد على الشاشه الرياض المبسلي جاهز لعمل السولو رن، وطبعا ما داخل في طبعا حسابات نتائج ولا حسابات اي شيء. طبعا الرياض هذا المتسابق يحتل مركز 15 في التصفيات الان بس عشان سولو رن والمبسلي. المتسابق العماني الرياض المنسلي. عملتنا الغيمة ورحت يا رياض. الحين الغيمة هذه متى بتروح؟ هي بديلها وقت. برافو على الجميل طبعا السابق الجميل الرياض المبسلي طبعا سولو رن وكان فيها فري ستايل لغايه ما ينجز علي مقصيد والجاء طبعا وستيف بكسي اللي طبعا اللي هي الون مور تايم اللي طبعا لم تحسم في صراع تحديد المركز الثالث والرابع. اذا يبدو طبعا بعد شوي جاهزين علي مقصيد وستيف بكسي. السادة المشاهدين المتابعين لقنوات الجمعية العمانية للسيارات في اليوتيوب والفيسبوك والنقل المباشر لهذه الجولة الثانية من بطولة عمان الدولية لجناح 2022 وطبعا نقل بثلاث لغات اللغة العربية واللغة الإنجليزية وكذلك اللغة الروسية طبعا المتسابقين من طبعا شرق اوروبا طبعا متسابقين كثير من ليتوانيا اوكرانيا وبالتالي طبعا اللغه الروسيه هي طبعا اللغه الرسميه في طبعا طبعا ما يسمى اصلا بالاتحاد السوفيتي السابق طبعا الدول السوفيتي السابق كما ذكرنا ليتوانيا واوكرانيا إذا الآن طبعا أيضا استعراض جديد من المتسابق القطري في السيارة رقم 21 سعود العطية. سعود العطية من قطر طبعا على خط الانطلاقة طبعا وعنده السولو رن أو طبعا الدخول الفردي وبعد كذا يمكن يعطينا مثل ما أمتعنا رياض المسلي باستعراض حر وفري ستايل جميل خلينا نستمتع بطبعا سعود استعراض جميل فري ستايل سعود العطية سابق القطري ذكرت طبعا سعود العطية وصل الى التوب 32 كان في مواجهة هيثم الحديدي وايضا خسر طبعا سعود العطية من هيثم الحديدي في اول مواجهات التوب 32 سابق القطري سعود العطية الذي امتعنا فيه دقائق معدودة بهذا الاستعراض الجميل لسعود تحية لإبراهيم العزري هيرو.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost ready to kick off our one more time battle of our third and fourth place playoff between Steve Bagsy Biagioni and Ali Maksid. Hope you enjoyed the freestyle drift as much as the crowds here in Oman did. They were on their feet cheering, and unfortunately we had a little oil spill on the inside edge of the circuit, so it is off of line, it is off of where our drivers are expected to be, but in the course of safety, our incredible OAA crew have been out there and cleaned it up, and the road sweeper's also been out and swept up all that loose sand and absorbent grit to get rid of it off of the track. Our start line marshal and track marshals are out there now making sure that it is good to rock and roll for the next two battles, and then we will get ourselves into the final. I can see most of our guys now leaving the circuit. If you've enjoyed what you've watched tonight, if you've enjoyed hearing the sound of my voice, grace your ears this evening, well, you can join us next weekend for the final round of the 2022 Oman International Drift Championship, where we will crown our winner. And at the moment, it looks like Benediktas Gerber is going to be pushing as hard as he can, because if he takes top step tonight, that's a first and a second in the bag. He will be your current points leader, and he will be crowned potentially the king of the desert, the king of Oman. Bullseye there, and the Malaysian team having some fun, supporting the drifting. You can see they've packed up their pits, ready for a few days here being a tourist in Oman, and then we come back next weekend and do it all over again. So the start line awaits the next two contenders. Some of our drivers there out of their race suits, and as I say, just enjoying the action. Start line marshal now makes his way back to the start line. He's going to reset the light, and just a few moments ago we did see Bagsy down there in the car ready to go, and Ali Maksid in the car also ready to rock and roll. You can see Ahmed Daham's pits empty, the car on the grid alongside Benediktas Gerber ready for action. I can hear the V8 of Bagsy's S13 fire up on the podium there in a few moments time, where we will see all the action unfold. So there we go, Bagsy down there warming up the tyres. So here we go, Bagsy pulls to the line, lead position once again for the one more time battle between Ali Maksid. Bagsy, your third place qualifier, sorry. Ali Maksid, 12th place qualifier. There he is at GT86 2JZ. Both cars, 700 horsepower, man and machine, in tune with each other. Judges saying a few mistakes from both drivers, couldn't split them. They had to run them one more time, and this is it. Ali Maksid pulls to the line. There should be no hold-ups now. We should be ready to go. Light is on. Thumbs up from both sides. This is it. Is this the final one more time? Is this the battle before we get to the final? Bagsy leads out Ali Maksid through the gears down the straight. They've felt each other out. They know the kinks. Bagsy deep into outside zone 1. Bagsy's turned that car up to 100. Starts to evade Ali Maksid once again. Up into the wall goes Bagsy. Maksid looks for the back bumper as he transitions. Not so scrappy this time from Maksid as he almost makes contact with Bagsy. Up into the wall once again. They get into this outside zone. Maksid knows he can't hang around. He needs to gain that proximity. Bagsy on an absolute fly, but Maksid shuts it down. Maksid shuts it down, and Bagsy hammers on through, gets himself up into the wall, and just potentially took third step once again on the podium. Look at this. Incredible stuff. Bagsy was on an absolute flyer, but so was Ali Maksid. He was a man possessed this time around on the chase. Very nice line from Bagsy. Super consistent. Judges came down, paid us a visit in that short break, and said these two guys were on it. This is one of the best battles we've seen so far today. Both guys pushing 110%, taking the risks. But look at this. Car from Maksid on the brake, shuts down. Bagsy leaves him in a cloud of smoke. Sets himself up nicely, gets the run done. Now, question asked. Does Maxide have a 5-minute rule to use? Is the car repairable? These are all questions we need to know the answer for, but until we see those guys back on the start line, we won't know. Just when we thought things might get a little bit easier here in Oman, I don't think that's going to be an option tonight. I think things are going to keep getting tougher and tougher as we move through. So, nobody made it back to the start line just of yet. Bagsy will potentially come back first because we know no issues with the car. Yep, and there we go. Bagsy pulls up to the line in chase position. Door open. Now he'll be asking the question. Where is Ali Maxide? Look at this, Bagsy edging the car over closer to one side of the track so he can get a cleaner run out, maybe fire that car at an angle down that start straight into that initiation point. You can see now marshals on the radios trying to find out what's going on. As much as I guess you guys at home want to know the situation, how this one plays out. It's been an incredibly long day here in Oman and an incredibly long event, but we have had some thrills and spills and some incredible moments that we'll take away from this for a long, long time. So, no news as of yet from the paddock. No news from any of the officials. And Bagsy there just getting his photo taken. Right, Maxide back in the pits. We now have the camera down there ready to go. You can see the marshal keeping an eye on things, finding out what's going on. So it does appear that Ali Maxide does have a 5-minute rule ready to use in top 4 action. So I'm going to try and work out what exactly is going on. There you go, look, he gets the signal to start working on the car. Maxide's still in the car, looks like potentially a drive shaft maybe. So we're going to find out. We're going to learn together, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to travel through this situation together. Right, there's been trouble with this side of the car before. The contact with Richards. He snapped the lower arm or snapped a Wise Fab control arm. So too many men in there to see what's going on. So we're just going to sit back and see what we can find out just from watching. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the 5-minute clock is running. Some hands being thrown up in the air. Nobody knows the answer to the question. Maxide now out of the car. Well, Bagsy patiently waits in the car on the start line. 5-minute rule for Ali Maxide. That's correct, Grinya. I mean, listen. What? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. One interesting idea. Talk to me, Grinya. Yep. Yes. Broken cars. Yeah, I mean, yeah, very valid point there. I'm not sure what tyres most of these guys are running. You know, everybody's running all different brands. You can see Yokohama on the back of the race suit. But yeah, these grippy tyres are causing nothing but problems, you know. Drifters are requiring more and more grip at every single event. The pace, the level, everything steps up. Valino tyres have been a big problem now for a lot of drivers to not only battle against, but put on their car and use, you know. They provide so much grip that the cars kind of fall apart. I'm going to guess that this could potentially be a drive shaft issue for Ali Maxid. And you can see our marshal there, stopwatch in his hand. So, guys still working away. I don't think this is going to be a 5-minute fix, if I'm brutally honest with you. There is a lack of urgency. But is that due to the nature of the repair? It doesn't seem to be many people running around looking for parts and looking for bits to repair the car. It just seems like 2 men are trying to get in there to repair something, but what that repair is, we don't know as of yet. And so, as that continues, Bagsy does sit on the start line wondering, will he have a competitor? Or will he get 3rd place again from a solo run? So there we go. Clock is counting down. Ali Maxid makes his way back to the back of the car, takes a look underneath. You can see a lot of people involved in this, a lot of people trying to help out. The NMK team is the team, and a big part of Ahmed Daham's crew. So those guys are getting involved. Well, Bagsy waits nervously on the start line. As panic ensues in Ali Maxid's pit area. Well, we must be getting tentatively close now to the end of this 5-minute rule. And we will either be signalled by Bagsy sending that car from the start line, or some scenes in the paddock of Ali Maxid's team looking a little dejected. Yeah, and there we go. I do believe that is it. That's the signal given by a start line marshal, and I knew it was coming up. We've got the clock running in the commentary booth, and he gives the signal, crosses his hands. He says he's out. Bagsy flicks the headlight on that PS13. Monster Energy ST suspension, V8 supercharged S13. And as soon as he breaks that start line, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. We can confirm what we thought was going to happen. And there we go, some dejected scenes in the pits of Ali Maxid. He's not in the car. I do believe that's it. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Bagsy leaves the start line. That is it. That's all she said and wrote. Bagsy takes 3rd place again in Oman. And what a way to take it. Bagsy having a real turn of fortune. Incredible scenes, but that means we get to move on now to our final battle. Gerber versus Daham. But there we go. Bagsy, ladies and gentlemen. Monster Energy, ST suspension, PS13 takes 3rd step again on the podium here in Oman, round 2 of the 2022 OIDC. Well, with 1 step on the podium field, that means There's 2 steps to go. Who will take the top one? Who will sit in second place? Gerber's tasted second place already. He'll be hungry for that first place step. But Ahmed Daham, the second place qualifier, has been on absolute fire. There he comes. Tyres warmed. He slots himself into that lead position. And we await Benediktas Gerber to make his way to the start line. And there he is, Lithuania, warming up the tyres on the back end of that 3UZ turbo BMW E36. Well, this is it. We wait for the door to slam shut on both of these cars. Our marshals, our judges are ready to rock and roll. Thumbs up all round. This is it. Daham versus Gerber for the first step on the podium. Here we go. Daham hot through the gate, flings the car sideways with ease as Daham gets into it. Look at the separation as Daham puts foot to floor. Gerber shallows up the angle as Daham scrubs the speed, falls out of that zone on the transition, makes it back as Gerber gets back into it once again. Daham now opens up the throttle, unleashes all of the horsepower as he looks to evade the grip of Benediktas Gerber, but here he comes through the smoke as Benediktas Gerber looks for the side of that Red Bull S14. Across the line they go. Wow! Look at this. Look at Daham. No messing around. Flick that car through the chicane, full throttle. Benediktas Gerber nowhere to go. Daham absolutely pinned, but look, falls out of that zone, dabs the handbrake to set it back up, evades the outside zone. Through the transition, Benediktas Gerber right with him. They get themselves set up on the wall. Boom, back end of the car disposed of by Ahmed Daham. Benediktas Gerber and Daham get lost in the smoke as they transition back through. Benediktas Gerber with him, but off that line. And look at the spin from Gerber across the line. Almost contact. So there we go, both guys pulling their way up. I don't know if you heard that. Grenier in the background's taking the win for Daham there, saying it was all him. He's the good luck charm. Grenier is the good luck charm for Ahmed Daham. So Daham slots himself into that chase position on the grid. Benediktas Gerber talks to the team. He says, what do I need to do? Well, there's not a lot you can do in that lead position. Daham now has all the power in his hands to gain the proximity, push the pressure. Look at the back tyre pressures. Hardly anything left in them. As Daham and Gerber wait for the green light. Well, judges still deliberating, apparently, about that first run. Take a look at it, still arguing the point as we take a look down onto the grid. And it looks like we are ready to go. This is it. Could this be the final run of the day? The final run for round 2 here in Oman. Anti-lag firing. Through the gears they come. The headlights shining bright in the camera lens as Daham fires up onto the door. Makes contact with Gerber. Gerber out of the outside zone. Contact from Daham onto the front wheel, onto the door. Look at Daham shallowing the angle, taking the risks, pushing Gerber in an uncomfortable position. Wow! Big dive from Daham. Did he go wide? He puts himself and Gerber in danger. Into the wall they go. Big impact. Big impact. Wow. Well, let's take a look back at a replay of this. I was not expecting this. Benedictus Gerber not on the qualifying line, really. Look at this. As soon as he initiated, fell straight out of it. Daham having to shallow up that angle, nose the S14 up onto the door. He goes, look at this, nosing it in, just trying to push, trying to be aggressive. Nice transition back, almost takes the front end off. He does take the front end off, but that upsets Gerber. They both get into it, and Daham ends up in the wall. Well, there we go. And is that all she wrote? Is that all she wrote for today here in Oman? Do we have a winner? That's the question we need to know. Look at the back end of that car, completely ripped off. Benedictus Gerber starts to celebrate. Does he believe that that is it? Does he believe he is the winner? So Benedictus Gerber just destroys the tyres on the back of the car. Judges take a look back, going to look from alternative camera angle by the looks of things. Super aggression from Ahmed Daham from the get-go. Look at this. So aggressive. Daham just edging up, forcing the aggression, gaining the proximity. Very nice job there, locking that front wheel. Look at that, boom, takes the bumper off. Oh, he did really badly hit the wall. Really badly hit the wall. And it was after the contact with the back end of Gerber's car. And there we go. That S14 absolutely wrecked. Grinya has no prize now. I do believe, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of going to throw this out there. I do believe we do have a winner. We do have our first and second place decided. Pretty simple to see. One man in the wall, one man driving off. So I am awaiting that all-important piece of paperwork. As soon as I get it, we're going to head to the podium, and we do have a few podiums going on this evening. We do have our MENA local podium and a couple of other local championships first, and then we do our international championship podium. So if you want to stick around and find out who won, for sure, we'll be going to the podium in just a few moments' time.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go, yeah we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming on my landmine, yeah I ain't taking orders in command like, yeah you about to see me on demand like, you know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand, yeah I got the team by my side, right hand, yeah take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that, yeah and it's the dream that we're coming for the bag, yeah and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Ayy, on the road, here we go, here we go. Yeah, we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming on my landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like. Yeah, you about to see me on demand like. You know I'm the man. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a stream, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream that we're coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out.
لجنة التحكيم موجودة هناك بعد ما خلصت، المكونة من كيرن هاينز، وضاح عبد الله، فرنان سوانفيلد، سعود الرواحي، وطبعا خالد المنجي، وطبعا برئاسة اكيد مدير السباق فهمي المساعدي. تفاصيل ما وصلتنا، ما عندنا اي شيء، لكن الحكام بعدهم هناك في غرفة التحكيم طبعا لمراجعة النتائج النهائية. وضاح عبد الله طبعا and Vernes Swansfeld, Saud Al-Rawahi and Khalid Al-Manji. They will bring us soon the official results of round 2 of Oman International Drift Championship 2022. طبعا الرعاية والشكر طبعا أكيد لوزارة الثقافة والرياضة والشباب، ريد بول وريد بول موبايل، زيستينيو، كل طبعا الشركاء الداعمين لهذه البطولة، بطولة عمان الدولية للإنجراف 2022. تفاصيل كثيرة، استمتعنا اليوم أكيد بسباق جميل، بطولة جميلة، جولة ثانية أكثر من رائعة اليوم استمتعنا فيها جميعا كلنا. طبعا شفنا فيها كثير طبعا من الإثارة، كثير من الأكشن، كثير من طبعا الدراما، حوادث، احتكاكات، اصطدام بالجدار، مجموعة من السيارات اليوم طبعا نشوف الكل داخل سيارة جديدة، لكن معظم السيارات كلها طبعا صارت فيها آثار للتنافس الكبير طبعا الحاصل بين هدير طبعا المحركات تجذب الكثير من عشاق رياضة المحركات هنا طبعا في الجمعية العمانية للسيارات، من الصغار والكبار ومن الذكور والإناث. كل الشكر طبعا لكل من حضر، لكل طبعا عشاق رياضة المحركات الذين طبعا تواجدوا طبعا من وقت مبكر هنا طبعا في الجمعية، يمكن من الساعة 2 بعض الجماهير كانت موجودة، لهم كل الشكر. كان طبعا الجو شوية اليوم الشمس يعني قوية، ولكن اليوم مو مثل أمس كان بارد الجو، بس اليوم شوي الجو معقول. الحمد لله أمسية جميلة أكيد استمتعنا فيها.
معاذ
وطبعا سيتم اكيد تتويج الفائزين هنا طبعا، وهذه الجوله تحت رعايه الشيخ نزار بن سعيد الشنفري، وطبعا بمعيه العميد جمال بن سعيد الطائي نائب رئيس مجلس اداره الجمعيه العمانيه للسيارات. اللذان سيقومان بتتويج الفائزين بالمراكز الثلاثة الأولى في فئات طبعا الدرفت المحلي والدرفت طبعا المينا أو الشرق الأوسط، وطبعا الانترناشنال درفت. كل هذه التفاصيل إن شاء الله راح نتعرف عليها بعد شوي إن شاء الله في هذه الأمسية الرائعة. نذكر طبعا بالجولة الأولى التي أقيمت تاريخ 20/21 يناير، وطبعا اللي توج بالمركز الاول فيها كان طبعا المتسابق الهولندي كلينت فان اورد. تشيربا كان في المركز الثاني، وستيف باكسلي اكيد كان في المركز الثالث. اليوم نشاهد تقريبا غياب للمتسابق الهولندي كلينت فان اورد بطل الجوله الاولى. والجولة الثالثة إن شاء الله، وهي طبعا الجولة الختامية اللي طبعا راح يعلن فيها عن اسم البطل الرسمي لهذا الموسم الرابع من بطولة عمان الدولية للانجراف، راح تقام يومي الخميس والجمعة 17 و 18 فبراير 2022. يعني هذا طبعا راح يكون ختام الموسم الرياضي بشكل عام في الجمعيه العمانيه للسيارات. طبعا بسبب القرارات اللجنه العليا تم الغاء مجموعه من البطولات اللي كان مفترض انها تقام ان شاء الله يعني هنا خلال الموسم الرياضي 2021-2022، ولكن طبعا هذه طبعا راح تكون الجوله الثانيه والجوله الاخيره ستقام يوم 17-18 كذا يكون الموسم انتهى ان شاء الله على خير باذن الله طبعا. ولكن هذا الحضور الجماهيري، هذا التواجد لهؤلاء الابطال هنا طبعا في الجمعيه العمانيه للسيارات اكيد اثرى الفعاليات الرياضيه في السلطنه.
I'm not sure.
കട്ട് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇല്ലോ.
تتويج الفائزين بالمراكز الثلاثة الأولى بمعية سيادة الأمير جمال بن سعيد عطائي نائب رئيس مجلس إدارة الجمعية العمانية للسيارات. الآن طبعا سنبدأ بتكريم الفائزين أو تتويج الفائزين في الفئة المحلية. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start announcing the 3 winners at the local category. في طبعا على المستوى المحلي فاز بالمركز الثالث المتسابق رياض المبسلي. تحية لرياض المبسلي الفائز بالمركز الثالث على المستوى المحلي. وفاز بالمركز ايضا كاس الجولة الثالثة من طبعا المستوى المحلي ايضا ذهبت للمتسابق رياض المبسلي. برافو، تحيه لرياض. فيما توج بالمركز الثاني على في المستوى المحلي المتسابق طارق الشهاني. ويلك يا طارق، اظهر وبان عليك الأمان. طارق الشهاني الفائز بالمركز الثاني على المستوى المحلي. ما ادري اذا طارق موجود ولا. عموما ننتقل الى تتويج المركز الفائز بالمركز الاول على المستوى المحلي. توج بطلا طبعا على المستوى المحلي المتسابق هيثم الحديدي. برافو، تحية لهيثم الحديدي أيضا الفائز بكأس الجولة الثالثة على المستوى المحلي. تحية لهيثم الحديدي. مبروك هيثم، برافو، يستاهل. إذا مبروك لهيثم الحديدي، طارق الشهاني، ورياض المبسلي الفائزين بالمراكز الثلاثة الأولى على المستوى المحلي. برافو، شكرا هيثم، شكرا رياض، برافو، ولدن. صور طبعا تذكارية للفائزين على المستوى المحلي. الآن ننتقل مباشرة لتتويج الفائزين في على مستوى المينا ومستوى الشرق الأوسط. Now the winners, the 3 winners in the MENA category. الفائز بالمركز الثالث على مستوى الشرق الأوسط المتسابق العماني هيثم الحديدي. برافو، يستاهل هيثم، تحية، ولدن يا هيثم. فايز بالمركز الثالث. وفاز بالمركز الثاني على مستوى الشرق الأوسط المتسابق الكويتي علي مخصيد. Ali is the winner of the second place in the MENA category. Round 2 of Oman International Drift Championship. برافو. تحية لعلي مقصيد فايز بالمركز الثاني على مستوى الشرق الأوسط. برافو ولدن. فيما توج بطلا للشرق الأوسط أو على مستوى الشرق الأوسط في هذه الجولة المتسابق الأردني أحمد دحام.
Can I get a trophy, please? I'm sure that Al-Hadidi man is not mine, you know. As he walks out, he just probably leaves it in the fucking parking lot. Did you forget your trophies?
ولدن. تحية لأحمد دحام المتوج طبعا بطلا على مستوى الشرق الأوسط. winner the MENA category. Bravo, well done. Let's give a big hand to Ahmed Daham, Ali Maqsid وهيثم الحديدي. شكرا للشباب. الآن سننتقل لتتويج الفائزين بالمراكز الثلاثة الأولى على المستوى الدولي. Now let's move directly to the three winners of the international category. Ladies and gentlemen, came at the third place from UK, Steve Bugsy. برافو. تحية للمتسابق البريطاني ستيف باكزي. ولدن ستيف. برافو. وطبعا حل في المركز الثاني على المستوى الدولي المتسابق الأردني أحمد دحام. تحية لأحمد دحام فايز بالمركز الثاني. الآن مع الفائز بالجولة الثانية من طبعا هذه البطولة the winner of round 2 of Oman International Drift Championship from Lithuania, Biagioni Gerber.
Lithuania, second one.
You're Kabayan.
Buddy.
تحية لبياجيوني شيربا المتوج بطلا للجولة الثانية من بطولة عمان الدولية للانجراف 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand to Chihab, Bullseye and Daham. Congratulations, all the three winners.
All right, after party, here I come.
شكرا لكم أيها السادة الحضور. إن شاء الله طبعا هذه الجولة الثانية نشوفكم إن شاء الله في الجولة الثالثة الأسبوع القادم يوم 17 و18 فبراير. See you in round 3 on 17 and 18 November. Next weekend, see you for the round 3 of Oman International Drift Championship. Good night. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go. Yeah, we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming on my landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like, yeah, you about to see me on demand like, you know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a stream, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream, never coming for the bad. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out.